Cody, you're ready, right? You pressed the button, right? Okay. Currently, we find ourselves. Hi, Adam. It's a solo session.
Hello.
As we start ourselves off in a dark, cramped place with nothing but just an empty void. The void is completely unoccupied, save for one person. This person has her eyes sort of closed, is almost leaning against nothing. She appears to be in contemplation. Around her is a cascade of hair. And, Adam, why don't you tell me what this girl looks like? This woman, I should say.
Permission to add a little bit of something to the void.
Go for it.
As rather than leaning against nothing, the woman appears to be of just not quite average build, not exceptionally tall, not exceptionally short, but very clearly her muscles are extremely defined, even under the blue cloth she wears. Her hair, she appears to be currently be reclining in a throne made of bones, essentially just fucking sitting there like Sakuna does. One hand propping up her head as she just sort of almost looks like she's nodding off a bit from boredom, as a truly massive amount of hair stretches out from her, cascading across the void, and almost every so often sort of moves about as if of its own free will. She's wearing very simple clothing, something that, despite her posture and everything about her, the way she holds herself, seeming measured and tested, it is very humble clothing, consisting mostly of a very colored blue tunic that's tied with a simple rope, and simple shoes and pants. All of it seems very tight to her body in a way that would not impede her movements, but still is just fairly modest, all things considered. As she's just sitting there on her throne of bones, waiting.
As she sits there, she has her mind nod off for a moment. As she thinks back to a time before where she currently is. As she remembers the year of 1695. And we can change the music now. I think sophisticated. Kind of regalish sort of music.
Mm-hmm.
What was the Ace Attorney theme you used for Maxwell?
No, that's definitely too much.
Too much?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, let's see. What I got here. I thought the floor philosophy thief?
Honestly, hold on. I think I know what to play. We're going there, right, Mike?
Yep.
All right, here. I think this fits.
All right.
Yeah, unrepeat the track.
Classic.
Almost forgot what it's like to use I'd wait.
Been a moment. As we start from a view of, once again, nothingness. Before we keep moving forward, we find ourselves traveling on a golden wisp. As slowly that golden wisp forms into a large, sprawling jungle. With lots of wildlife and trees and vines all over. Vibrant green. All very healthy looking. With almost an endless amount of wildlife within these trees, as right in the center of this jungle lies a massive, sprawling city. About 500 square miles of lavish buildings with greenery as bright and vibrant as the jungles that surround it. Right in the center of said city lies a 2 square mile palace that takes the form of almost hanging gardens with very ornate, overwhelmingly so, and the finest luxuries just even attached to its walls, its roofs. The whole place is sort of reminiscent of like ancient, lavish architecture. Something that you could probably see in descriptions of the ancient city of Mesopotamia. And oh, oops. I read the description wrong. Replace the jungle with a desert. Replace the jungle with a desert with crystal clear rivers and waters going throughout and lush vegetation on its borders. I misread the description of this.
And then the city area itself is much more reminiscent of the jungle with the lush, very extreme lush vegetation.
All right, yeah, there we go. As we kind of peek into this palace, and we see that same woman wearing the same outfit, or perhaps even stylized up.
Probably much more stylized, much more fancy.
Likely sitting upon her throne, not made of bones, but made of opulent marble and the finest cushions to comfort. It's a really nice throne.
A very, very nice throne.
How do I describe a nice throne more? As she sits on the throne, not necessarily nodding off, but in thought. To give you a bit of a rundown, you were doing your thing. The last thing that you remember being notable happening was quite a while ago. You hadn't really bothered to investigate quite fervently, but you do know that the girls have left, and it's been a moment, and they have not come back yet. You remember them telling you how they were thinking about leaving for a bit, but maybe your perception of time is a little off, but
It was only a few years ago.
this is probably too long for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, like a year, two.
Mm-hmm.
I think a bit is past and they haven't gone back yet.
For a while, she contemplates giving them another year or two before standing up from her throne. As she walking over to one of the nearby large bowls, made of what appears to be very ornate bronze, she reaches in, grabbing out what would normally contain like very fresh fruit. Seems to just contain like a whole ass fucking meat on the bone like stick. As she pulls out and just begins munching on it and thought,
Meat on the bone.
fucking meat on the bone. It's just munching on it in thought. Pouring it, and then as she's doing so, her hair reaches up, curling past her, as it grabs onto a bottle of wine, pops the cork, and pours it into a glass before a few strands of hair bring it into her hand. As she then downs the entire glass as well. They better not be making trouble. She taps her head a few times, thinking on, what could they be doing? I suppose it is about time. As she sort of snaps her fingers loudly as it seems to echo across the chamber. Are you around here, dummy?
Yeah, of course!
As she looks out the window to see, darting through the sky, what appears to be a massive dragon. Have you heard anything from the girls?
No, not that I believe so. Dragon continues flying, like around, not yet landed.
Well, no one's got back to me about them. Sort of like leans back on the throne, pouring herself into a glass. Maybe I could give another year or two. Though. She clicks her tongue. Don't want them causing trouble. Dragon, we'll be taking a little trip to the fallen world.
Okay, miss.
Right then.
Should I pack my things?
What things do you have, dummy?
I just been a while.
Fine, pack your things. But don't pack so much you can't fly. You're gonna be carrying me around, got that?
Oh, okay. I'll just get some meat then.
As she shakes her head, watching the dragon fly off. She exits through the massive front palace doors. She herself does not open them. She simply walks towards them, and they seem to open for her, spreading wide as she steps out onto lush green steps, not from the color of the stone, but rather from intense greenery having overtaken them. With every step, she seems to take the greenery in mind, using it as though it was natural as the stone. Large, expensive flags of expensive fabric, high quality stuff, flap around, tapestries through the air in the streets, though not a single person is in sight. She taps her head a few times. I suppose I should at least set it up somewhere proper. She looks around for a sort of quote-unquote takeoff point in her massive palace.
Let's say that again.
She wants to find like a large open space in her palace.
Mm-hmm.
Probably just like one of the grand courtyards.
Yeah, easily.
Mm-hmm.
You can easily like walk out of your palace and kind of take a couple walkways to one of its many courtyards. This one, greenery as lush as ever. And how big would you like it to be?
Probably like a couple, maybe like 200 feet across, in like 200 square feet, with a massive fountain in the center, sprouting crystal clear waters.
It's that.
She goes over, holding a glass out as the waters fall into it as she takes a sip from it. All right. As she sits down, going to stretch a bit. I'm going to review some rules here. All right. Actually, no. She would actually need to go to the entrance of the city. Or she would need to effectively reach the. Actually, go further, because she actually need to be at the deepest part, or have a defined entrance and exit. Or just be the city entrance, maybe.
Although, if we're talking the deepest part, then I think I mean, I know your palace is in the center, but I feel like that should count.
Yeah.
So I think this is fine.
Yeah. Agreed.
Maybe instead of like a courtyard on the outside, you go within a chamber.
Yeah,
a very big chamber within the inside, bigger than any courtyard you could want.
And she will close her eyes as she places her hand out and spends a point of mana, and there needs to be a 5-dot hollow somewhere in the material world, close by from wherever her last material position was, which is what she'll go to.
All right.
Actually, technically, she should also go to one of her one of the girls, but I don't think she would currently. I think she'd just go out into the world.
So you're just raw going out into the world?
Yes.
All right.
Actually, let's see. Something else she can. No, that just takes her. She needs to take Dragon with her, so she actually needs to use these rules. Where is it?
I should also be have these up.
Okay. It must be somewhere with a known or better sympathetic connection to her. So somewhere that she is familiar with, essentially, and has spent a lot of time.
I have a place in mind.
Okay. All right.
I have a place in mind that she's allowed to be at.
And now she needs to accumulate 20 successes on an extended presence plus genosis roll with a penalty of 1.
For each consecutive one, or is it just a penalty of
Just penalty of 1 for each dice roll,
Mhm.
but it doesn't increase or decrease over time. Because it's based on the degree of withstood sympathy, and I believe this is 1 because it is a known.
Mm.
And yeah, she will create one of those. Oh, it's a pain to make one of these. But I do need the dragon for transport. Okay.
It's much easier.
Yeah.
By the way, where this is going to be in public.
Like sleeper kind of public?
Yeah.
These things. Okay, so these things are visible to sleepers.
Okay, so it's gonna be like a big thing.
It's a rift in reality.
All right.
So she'd want to go for somewhere that it would at least not have too many sleepers around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's within the same place you can go to.
Mhm.
There's just you could pick and choose at which point you can leave or enter in.
All right.
Yeah, there's a place from this area where sleepers don't frequent.
Okay. That's 2 exceptionals right off the bat. Truly, you are living up.
Mhm.
That's a 3rd exceptional.
We gotta
Oh,
show
boy.
off.
Gotta show off. Gotta make an entrance. Not quite 4 exceptionals in a row.
Oh, kill yourself.
So now I failed. End me now, dragon. As the lady reaches forward, and it's though the space in front of her hand shimmers for a moment before she grabs onto the folds of reality, and then seems to tear them open. As where the shining, sort of in the center of the shining fountain, she sort of rips it open, and looking through this rift, what does she see?
You see a chamber, much like your own. However, you see it is within the very large university that you are very familiar with, the very large university that which the Diamond orchestrates their business, their main headquarters, as it were.
As she looks up, shouting out, "Hey, dummy! It's open! Hurry up!"
You hear very in the distance, "I'm sorry, I'm coming!"
She taps her foot a bit, waiting for him.
Takes a moment. He takes way too long.
Her foot tapping gets quicker and quicker.
As you see the large well, what kind of dragon is he, you think?
Oh, pale scales, of course.
See the pale scale dragon with with the with a saddle with like a bunch of like meat on the bones wrapped up and like tucked into like the pockets of the saddle, and he just fucking I'm sorry, miss. I won't be fat. I won't be that slow again.
She looks him over. He seems to be a rather large dragon, with pale scales, and despite with a seemingly like even as he like lowers his head, looks objectively fucking terrifying to see, due to large, extremely sharp teeth that seem sharper than most blades, claws that effortlessly dig through the stone as he walks, or more actually sort of trots along. And a massive wingspan that seems to reach out, seems to reach out and be cover almost like the same size as the fountain did. And when he breathes, it seems like a slight, almost the breath is almost visible with a sort of like purplish black mist. That's what you say every time. I swear you're slower every time.
I'm sorry, I mean, what if we're gone for a while, so I thought maybe I could get some more stuff with us, and I packed some extra meat. Yeah, I like, you like meat. I'm sorry, miss.
She lowers her head, shaking a few times before pointing towards the portal. Just get through there, you big dummy. And don't go scaring any sleepers, okay? You're a walking breach of this whole new masquerade thing. So you're gonna need to get used to it. As Ishtar is going to sort of walking with the dragon walk through the rift.
Yeah. For the masquerade, for some timeline continuity, I believe the masquerade has been around now for 40 to 60 years, somewhere between that time frame.
So
if
new.
I remember off dome, it's very new.
It's very new. Ugh.
Very new. It might actually be. Let me double check real quick. Okay, so. Okay. Depending on when it actually started, it's around. I think it's exactly 80 years it's been around. Still very new. As the dragon stomps his way through, excuse me, as he kind of like scrunches his way through the rift. You hear a couple of startled, like, ah! Startled, like, yelps from the other end.
As a lady will walk through after him. And after she enters through, she snaps her fingers as the portal snaps shut.
Taking a look around, you find yourself within a chamber with plenty of high speech and runes etched onto the walls. You know this place to be the main headquarters of the Diamond, or, as it is known, the University of Oxford.
Mm-hmm.
And as the people, the awakened there, kind of take a moment, they look over to you, they go up in arms before someone kind of puts their hand on their shoulder, shakes their head. Do not perform active mage sight. This is the kind of couple of the younger people stop what they're doing and just kind of quaking, kind of shivering, just kind of like not gonna look or pay attention. They're just kind of like try to ignore you and the dragon.
After the voice says that, the lady pipes up, "Or do. It'd be a quick way to separate the wheat from the chaff."
the man just shakes his head and sighs. A couple of them do try it and immediately fucking like start getting sick and nauseous.
She ignores them as she strides up to the man. "Don't mind me. I was simply passing through."
I noticed. The man looks to be has a tricorn hat at his hands, as if it had been blown off by the tear in space time, and the tear in reality. As he does appear to have like a sort of powdered wig on, in a very nice looking, almost like a soldier's garb.
Am I familiar with this man?
Roll memory, as
Okay.
you've probably interacted with this person before. Depending on the kind of distances between each time you enter the fallen world, you usually come through here.
One suck is one suck.
You know this man to be. Let me get my names. You know this man to be Robert Maynard. Robert Maynard, a member of the Guardian of the Veil. A member of the Guardian of the Veil has been with the Diamond for quite a long time, and likely still has plenty of years within him. Besides that, you don't really know or care much about him. You just know that he has a bit of a name, a bit of a position, and is experienced within this organization.
Sure looks around, taking in all the differences. The place has been tidied up a bit since the last time I came here.
I wonder why you noticed that.
I swear I remember more chaos last time. People rustling back and forth. Maybe you run a tighter ship now.
That is because he was likely at the time occupied by members of the Arrow.
Oh. It was, wasn't it? Well, if nothing else, I'm sure they were training better recruits. I mean, she looks over at all the people on the ground. Come on now. Surely they should be able to at least stand. Talk about pathetic.
As he kind of looks towards him and looks back. They are just currently unaware of the power that an Imperial Master like yourself holds.
She does like a wave as if like waving the statement away. Yes, yes. Almost like tuning it out, she closes her eyes as she wants to try and... Where are the girls?
You locate them immediately. By this direction, they should be in Spain.
What's going on in Spain right now? She looks over at him.
Nothing as far as I'm aware.
Hmm.
There has been talks of a pirate that has fancied himself a location around there, but I've heard that needn't be our worry. I've heard that another Archmage was meant to handle such a thing. Orders by the Queen.
She raises up an eyebrow. For an Archmage to be called in directly to interfere with the fallen world. Truly, we do live in turbulent times.
The pirate problem has been growing more and more. Ever since a decade or so ago, whenever we lost access to Titania out in the unmasked sea.
She taps her head a few times before snapping her fingers. Oh, yes, the prison island. I think I remember something about that. Though you do know, it's not like I can help you with any of this. We're forbidden from interfering with your business unless another Archmage that starts it first.
We don't expect you to. Apparently, this pirate has garnered a bit of ire.
Hmm.
A man by the name of Robert Cullard.
She closed her eyes, trying to remember him.
Never heard of him.
Well, if nothing else, he's certainly not an Imperial Master.
I don't know the specifics of why exactly they sent someone of that caliber towards him.
Certainly odd. If he were an Archmage, I would have known him. Our circle is small enough already. And if he isn't an Archmage, we shouldn't have a reason to interfere. I suppose I should check that out while I'm in the area.
I believe the mage that was sent was one William Kidd. Captain Kidd, he would say.
Ah. I think I've heard of that one.
You have?
Well, what's your impression of him?
William Kidd, shadow name of Captain Kidd. His shadow name is Captain Kidd, I should say. Is an Archmage of only dynamics capability. He has grown as a mage very, very quickly, and offers himself as a sort of a vessel. He is very reliable in the fact that when in the fallen world, he adheres to the pacts very carefully. So while he is much stronger than pretty much anyone else, he doesn't go overboard.
Mm-hmm.
But he loves to make himself useful as a privateer. You do know that he has a bit of a bad stigma. Perhaps it is something to do with his shadow name, but he appears to carry bad luck wherever he goes with him.
Mm-hmm. She'd guess it's effects of his long-term nimbus.
Mm-hmm.
Which is certainly extubated when one ascends.
Yes.
I remember him. He was so excited after completing his trial. Could barely sit through the initial talk about the Pax Arcanum, but he took to it so readily.
I suppose as such.
Well then, we're off. She looks around. Damn it, Dragon, what are you eating? I can hear you munching.
Do you see him biting on a meat in the bone while he's poking an unconscious student? No, nothing.
Spit it out! You said those were supposed to be rations, didn't you? You ate before we left.
I got hungry before we left.
Then you should have eaten before we left. Maybe spend less time packing and more time filling your belly.
He spits out the meat in the bone. It is a bone that's like as big as like the student he was poking.
And you'll save your appetite until we reach Spain.
Okay. What business should yourself have with Spain, if I may ask?
You may not ask. It's Imperial Master business.
Right. His Maynard just keeps quiet.
Right then. She looks at the dragon. You're still too slow to make the trip there in a good time. Come outside. We'll get a spell going.
Okay. Do I have to hide or?
Well. I'll get it ready in here. And then she stops for a moment, looks around. No. Still too many prying eyes. Any one of you apprentices? Do you happen to know any veiling spells?
A couple of them raise their hands.
Well then, it's time to test your mettle. Give a day-long veiling spell to me and this dragon here. Forces, ideally. Something to make us invisible.
There's a couple of them just like, okay. As they're going.
Actually, scratch that. Make it only for an hour.
As they are okay. They are fine with not having to spend the reach on that. As we'll just use down and dirty casting for this. It's just a bunch of mage jobbers. This is just to see whether or not Apprentices of the D was as much as I could get in. Alright, they're gonna spend willpower because they don't feel like trying to see what you do what you do if you'd upset them. One success.
You're on thin fucking ice. Once it starts... Oh yeah, go on.
As a couple of them, like, hold out their hands, a couple of them hold out some dedicated tools, like mirrors and such, as you find yourself and being reflected across the light before you and the dragon are invisible.
As she's going to take the dragon out to the roof, and then she's going to be casting acceleration on him. I'm just going to do the math for it real quick. How big are you, dragon? Let me take a quick check. You're fairly large.
Dog, there are too many dragons in the Unmasked Seas. What? There's 3. There's only 3.
You're... Okay, your size that. Your size 14, so I need to do a little bit of an advanced scale.
Oh no. I'm so confused on what the power scaling of the side story will even be.
So am I.
Hey man. Hey man, I always said Adam's story was a special case.
Since we are in the diamond, I'm going to use an investiture yantra of calling upon the diamond. Which should give me 3 due to status 5.
Actually, you cannot use that.
Well, I'm casting it.
It's a yantra, right?
Yes, but it's not within the range as far as I know. And I'm only casting it on myself, or casting it on the dragon.
But the diamond is an organization of order.
But I believe we're outside the range right now, right?
Or is it not? Is it not just like everywhere, like that, like the yantra effect?
No, the yantra effect is specifically in that triangle.
Okay, yeah, okay, you're fine.
And it extends to anyone a part of the codex, even if they are outside the triangle. But anyone outside the triangle still works.
Okay.
But the triangle is, spreading.
It's good. Probably wouldn't be able to do it in where the free spirits are currently at.
Not at all. Definitely not.
But you could do it now. It's only a minor problem.
Mm-hmm. 'Cause, 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 'cause
What are the 4 nickels? Who's the 4th nickel? I don't think TT is not big ass plot. She's on her plot is on par with everyone. She just has lore. And I don't know what you're talking about with Nico.
Lady. Okay. And that's 1, 2, and then 1 for instant cast. So 10 potency, 2 duration, 2 scale, advanced.
Mm-hmm.
And that should leave her with 5 dice. Willpower. And no paradox incurred. 3 successes. As the dragon's speed is now multiplied by 11.
Nice.
So his speed is now 330.
Nice. We look up. Okay. Let me do. Hold on. Okay.
Correct.
It's 2 meters. Okay. And a speed of how much?
330 meters. And assuming he's always dashing, it'll be doubled.
Okay. How the fuck did I do math again? Hold on. Let me try to remember how I did max speed for time. Mostly just because I'm interested in trying to do it again. I think I did it the other way. Oh well. Yeah, you'll be there.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to try to do it again. It's been a while since I've done a cross. Since I've been a part of a cross-continental type feat.
Mm-hmm. She's expecting to take at least a while because she set it for the day, so she's just gonna hop on board, sitting in this.
Yeah, going that fast, you're going like the speed of like it's like at minimum the speed of an airplane. It's way faster than an airplane. I'll admit it to you there, but you'll be there in like a couple of hours at minimum at least.
Yeah, airplanes are apparently roughly 230 meters per second.
Yeah,
and he's traveling roughly 600 meters per second.
Yeah. A flight from London to Spain, I guess this is Britain, but whatever, it's 2 hours and 25 minutes. So you should be there in like an hour. Yeah, this is you see the dragon as you see his movements begin to speed up as his tail kind of moves faster. As what does your Nimbus look like?
Good question, actually. I hadn't thought of that. Her nimbus probably resembles vines growing on whoever is affected by it that snake around and appear to just growing vines that resemble ornate like tapestries.
Mm-hmm. They kind of grow around him, like.
And they give a feeling of hardiness and healthiness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they kind of go around him and kind of like drape around him like almost like a safety harness.
Mhm.
You see him resist the urge to start like walking around at high speeds.
As she does a quick hop on board. And when I say hop, I mean she like does a literal vertical hop off the ground, just straight up, and then lands on him.
Mm-hmm. You land standing.
Mm-hmm. And she then grabs up the harness, settles in. All right then, make for Spain. That way.
Yes, okay, miss. As he starts wandering through, as he just follows you, as you guys.
More hyper than normal.
Well, I like it when you cast a spell on me. It's really nice.
Maybe I should keep it on you more, and at least let you keep up.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Well, go on. She just sort of like does a little pound on the side. We can't be waiting here all day. We don't know how long this apprentice's spells will actually last.
As you walk through, as you see like a space spell kind of distort like all the hallways you're in, so that the dragon is capable of fitting through. As you find yourself on the front gates of the university, a couple of people are just like, "Hey, what the hell is that?" As they just get kind of like knocked out of the way by the dragon before. All right, as he flaps out his wings before, with a strong couple of flaps, he begins traveling at incredible speeds towards Spain, which is currently, I believe, directly south. Yeah, around southwest from where you are. As we can now change the music.
What should we do? What other song should we go for?
I'm thinking. You have anything you might want to say for the you want to talk about or contemplate over the course of the trip, or you thinking she's not thinking or talking about anything and is just gonna wait until they get to Spain?
She probably doesn't talk about much, but she knows the dragon won't fucking shut up.
Type these names out for the sake of, I imagine. What was his last name again? Robert? Oh, Culiford. Culiford is what it was. I mean, yeah, I imagine you couldn't have. I mean, it's okay.
Yeah,
we didn't.
Yeah, Cody. The listening to your phone. That's the whole reason homunculus exists.
Mm-hmm.
Because that isn't possible.
when I'm zero, tracking it
Tracking
down.
at 3.
Yeah. Robert Culiford is the name of the pirate.
Mhm.
All right. Hey, get some conversation music. Some conversation music real quick, because my boy is gonna be yapping for a little bit, like Robert Cauliflower. Probably pretty goofy convo music. I understand, my guy. We haven't said they haven't said their names quite yet.
They have not.
I'm sure we'll get to that point at some point.
Let's...
Would the name given to him automatically be a shadow name?
Shadow name, that's just like his, that would actually be termed as technically his sympathetic name. Because only mages develop shadow names. Your sympathetic name is the first, like, true name you are just decided on and given.
Okay. You guys are currently flying extremely fast on the way to Spain. As
oddly, despite the intense, like, pressure of the wind and how fast it's going, Ishtar's hair, or I said her name, goddammit. I was thinking about names, motherfucker. Well, whoops. The lady's fucking
we were
hair.
doing so well.
I was doing so well. The lady's hair does not appear to be blowing in the wind. It is stood stock still. Like, not stock still, but it's like curled around her. And it's only being moved slightly.
So, miss.
What?
The girls have been around for a while, huh?
They only left. Sort of scratched their head. A couple of years ago, give or take. Not too long, right?
Have we really not been to the fallen world in that long?
Sort of like scrunched her face like, huh. I suppose we haven't.
It looks like we haven't really missed anything.
Same blue seas as always. Same sky. The same ever constant shifting threats going around. Same cycling of the order. What are the girls even doing out here?
I don't know. Maybe they were, I don't know.
He kind of puts his head down.
Oh, that reminds me. Hey, dummy.
Huh?
Since we're going into dangerous territory, just remember to be careful. You may be immortal in the road, but here you're still mortal. If you die here, you die for real.
For real?
For real. You don't respawn like you do back on the road. So don't die, dummy.
Is that another, like, Arc Mastery word?
She just sighs. No. It just means you're thick in the head.
Aw.
The same holds true for the girls. Can't imagine what they want to do out here. I don't sense any of them being dead. So, whatever they're doing, they're still alive.
Well, that's good. I mean, you can sense all of them, so... Besides, the girls are strong.
I guess. Though, only barely. They're stronger than the beasts in Babylon, but not by much.
I really do wonder. We don't go out often. I wonder if there are any strong people out here.
Hmm. Not too many. Most Archmasters will just retreat back to their domains, spend time there. Not many leave to continue doing business down here in the Fallen World unless business calls for them. Of course, there's always exceptions like Kid. And other beings of similar caliber also tend to sequester themselves away in their own realms. But the people making their domains in the underworld are true Fae in Arcadia. So down here in the Fallen World, it's mostly just chaff.
I guess that's true. Doesn't help to be curious, though.
Well, you won't find. The only thing you'll find is just disappointment.
That's the ability that comes with Arc Mastery. Proper nouns.
Yeah.
Understanding that it's the underworld. We call it Stygia, but
Yeah. It is mentioned in the Archmaster book that one of the recurring things Archmasters need to do is admit their own hubris and admit that they were wrong about a lot of things in order to become an Archmaster. And it's sort of required to do that.
you know, guys. Fine. I guess the entire hedge isn't just Arcadia.
We may have made some shit up.
I wonder if we'll ever get the chance to go to other places.
What, do you want to travel?
I mean, I was just thinking, because, like, we really get around often, and the desert's nice and all, but, like, what if we could see other stuff?
It's pretty boring once you see enough of it. Sure, it changes here and there, but the general cycles of the world stay the same. Besides, you're a dragon. You don't fit in here with this world. You're a walking breach of this newfound masquerade, and most sleepers will go crazy seeing you. Unless you want to become an underwater dragon. I'm sure the fish won't mind.
I don't really do. I don't. Oh, is that like a? I don't want baths. I don't like that.
Yeah, I know you are an underwater dragon. You still fucking stink. Seriously, where do you even find the mud? We live in a desert, for God's sake.
I make my own.
Huh? You're using life magic to make mud to play around in.
Yeah.
You stupid dragon. I told you not to do that.
But it's so cool when it gets hot sometimes.
Then bear with it. Dumbass.
Puts his head down.
Magic isn't a toy to play around with, dragon. He would have understood that. She sort of looks off to the side.
The ride goes quiet.
She doesn't say much else.
The ride goes quiet, all the way onto Spain. A little bit of a history lesson for you. Where is it? Where is it? Me notes. I think I have this in a weird place. I think it's here, actually. Give me but a moment.
I'm glad, Yank, that you immediately went, yes, this is Zero Drakengard 3.
Zero Drakengard 3.
I'm playing Zero. Don't roll around in the fucking mud.
God.
I love that line so much. It's the perfect opening after all that. Don't roll around in the fucking mud. No, make us play a rhythm game. Bitch, I might.
Bitch, I might be.
Get your
Okay.
fucking expression rolls ready, bitch.
Okay, I think. Okay, no. Alright. I was checking to see the lore, whether or not the War of Spanish Succession of the Spain against Britain has happened yet. It currently is not happening, though. That war starts in 1701, lasts to 1714, a year before the campaign actually starts. Don't make us play a rhythm game. Bitch, I might be. But I wanted to check that bit now. Anyways, back to the nice music. To the nice, kind of rich and lush music. Not like a jungle, but like high society.
I can't think of any music to prepare. Go for it, Yank.
We have Yank here. He's here to serve as DJ.
Also, answer Trudy's question. I think it was 26 years? Something like that?
What?
Cody's wondering how long it was before, how this compared to the start of Free Spirits in terms of dates.
This is in 1695. Free Spirits is currently and started in 1715, so about 25 years. Or no, it's exactly 20 years, I should say. A bit of a long while.
Listen, man, Cody, listen, man, this is what happens when, archmages work on free run timescales.
Alrighty. Okay. Okay. As you find yourself approaching Spain, the Spanish city of Madrid.
How mystical.
I had to think of the name. I wonder if that's the name of it right now. I don't know. We're just gonna go with Madrid for now. As the city is nowhere near as developed as Britain currently is. However, it is still the makings of a city and nation growing to be sort of not on par with Britain, but a capable city, as capable of a city. What you don't know is that Spain will secede in 6 years. As by this point, the veiling spell would have worn off.
Mhm.
Currently, with your senses, you see down in the streets, there are heaps of people. Party except Lady and Free Spirits time. This is going to be really funny. The streets, walking around with people, working or wandering for whatever reason. As a little bit of a lore tidbit, you do know that there are sort of smaller organizations within Spain, nowhere near as big as the Diamond, but the Diamond does have occupants here.
Mhm.
Unless I also become an Archmage. Keep dreaming. You're about 180 experience off from that.
Yeah, she needed 200 experience to get the bare minimums for Archmage for Archmastery.
Yeah, you're about 100. Currently, you guys are about 180 experience off.
I will keep dreaming. Fuck you. Outstanding.
Hey, man, we'll see what happens. Who knows? Yeah, miss me with that XP cost. That was also 200 experience. Like, if you're only just looking for ways, like looking to become an Archmage and
Yeah, it was-
investing in literally nothing else.
Mhm.
But yeah, as you know, that the girls are currently in what looks to be a pretty nice and well kept restaurant. From above, you can tell.
Shizzle just looks down at it from atop her dragon.
Should I fly above the clouds?
Yeah, do so.
Okay.
Hmm.
But what will I do when I go to pick you guys up?
Well, we'll just either go somewhere remote or we'll go to you.
He nods.
She looks down at the jump, and then I would like to spend 3 mana to use my Imperial Spirit Armor.
Imperial armor is 3 mana to cast?
Yeah, it's 3 mana instead of 1.
Okay. Where is that Google Doc for me?
I want me to resend it to you?
Yes, please. I have a lot of things to look through, and I don't remember its words. The title of it.
There you go.
There it is. This is the one I needed.
Mm-hmm. As she calmly steps off the dragon, plummeting through the air, she falls faster and faster and faster. As she does, her body seems to turn like immaterial and semi-solid. As she rocket swords just feet planted down calmly as she lands and doesn't even make a sound as soon as she lands. It just dunk, hits the ground.
No dunk.
Yeah, no dunk. Yeah, she just no dunk at all. You're right.
She just is now on the ground.
Yep.
As I assume you land in like an alleyway, is to not attract the attention.
As her body in its sort of silvery, semi-visible state, she then releases it. as she sort of swats at her hair a bit. Just play nice around the sleepers, okay? As her hair drapes a bit more, looking a tiny bit more natural.
Not just perpetually floating.
Yeah. It still is very large and attracts a lot of attention, but it looks just like a bit more like normal hair. Yet even as she watts, it ever so slightly is visible that it moves out of the way of her feet with every step. But not enough for like most sleepers to like see. As she calmly walks out of the alleyway and is going to head towards the restaurant.
Instantly, you attract people's attention. But that's expected. As you head your way to the restaurant, and I imagine you open the door.
Yep.
You calmly open the door and walk through. And with your senses, you see having looks to be a nice lunch. Appears to be 5 women, all with similar features, but drastically different styles. As let's one by one this.
Here we go, one by one. We're getting the whole pitch.
All right. Starting off from the bottom, is a woman with very long golden blonde hair, with her hair parted in a way that does reveal that she has a big forehead. What?
What? No.
No.
No. Not at all.
As she
Hey,
appears
don't
to
insult her.
have... Why that, you may say. Hey, man.
No.
As she appears to have a reflective silver eye color, and sorta fairish skin. She's wearing almost like a nice button-up, sort of a frilly shirt. However, very crassly has the buttons undone, showing off a bit of her large chest. Like, woman, am I right?
Women.
As she has a very nice, like kind of like a skirt, but also like a dress, with a purple color and kind of pink frills to it, with very modest long socks, and a very modest black shoes. She has a sort of a playful look on her face as she's currently eating almost daintily. Next in line, on the complete opposite end of the scale, is a woman who favors a lot more green, with an almost artificial looking chest size. As she has sort of kind of a gray hair color, much messy and sort of spikier than the previous woman, with nice light blue eyes, and skin quite the same. She wears kind of like a black sort of pants and a kind of a turquoise green looking, or it's like a mint green looking shirt with no sleeves, and appears to have black gloves and very nice looking shoes with ribbons on them. Her hair, messy and short, does appear to be done sort of in twin tails. However, one tail does not have a large ribbon, and the other does have a large black ribbon. Very asymmetrical, with a very rougher looking demeanor. Next in line is a very blank-faced, but so far the most regal of all the girls, with dark, stark black hair that very modestly just kind of drapes down her back. Uh, as she's currently just wearing a nice, very black one dress with long sleeves, as these sleeves kind of have little showings of pink flowers, like kind of frills almost on the edges and on the sleeves, uh, of pink flowers on it. And if you're paying attention, she does appear to be barefoot. Her black hair going down her back is appears to be covering one side of her face, as it kind of almost threatens to cover the other side. And what is seen is a sort of a dullish pink eye that kind of matches the flowers. Yeah. Next in line is a woman with so far almost a combination of what the women had before her, as she has very almost like deep sea ocean blue blue hair, with a little like kind of an ahoge coming out from the top, with her hair kind of done down her back, very curly and princess like. However, she does also appear to have twin tails resting on the sides of her head. As she wears a nice dress, a nice blue dress with sort of like a white frills on the bottom, and a kind of black corset around her, kind of a black tunic, I guess, on her upper half, with long black gloves that go up her. What is that? That go up her bicep. There you go. And long socks and modest shoes, with a very kind demeanor to her, and just black eyes. And finally, after the longest stretch of describing women that we've ever done,
So many women.
so many women. I wish we made one of them men, Adam. Oops. I accidentally pressed my power button, but I think it's a press and hold, so I didn't turn off.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it would be more accurate if one of them then made another one who was a man.
Yes. But it was exactly the same.
Yes.
Looked exactly the same, but is a man. This one almost familiar looking, with kind of platinum blonde, leaning more towards the whiter end of the silver end hair, with kind of sharper features than the others, and almost like a bit of a smirk on her face, as she has a very large cascade of white hair, however bundled up into a braid tied off at the end, with an outfit that is almost as immodest as the first woman's outfit, exposing a bit of her chest, but she kind of wears it with an air that's less like that and more for the sake of breathability and capability. She wears a kind of off-white outfit, an off-white shirt with this, and kind of like gray accessories on her, with nice white pants and tied boots that go up to her calves, with black eyes as well. Oh, and she has little hair bits that go on there. I don't really know how to describe that. As you open the door, you see them, you walk towards them, they notice you. And we can get a little less sophisticated, a little more tenser music, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Like uncomfortable, not like we're
Yeah, yeah.
not like
Yeah,
no one's
like,
about to die, but
uncomfortable.
Yeah, like no one here is comfy, but no one here is also like in danger of dying. Well, you sure all took your time out here.
Is
Her saying we're here for your screen time is very funny.
as all of the girls have varying degrees of expressions on their faces. However, going through all of them, you can tell that the blonde woman looks uneasy. The gray hair woman looks with a glare, but far away from where you are. The black haired woman looks like she's sweating in her boots, and she appears to just start picking at her food instead of eating it. The blue haired woman looks absolutely terrified, and the platinum blonde, the white haired woman, sitting at the head of the table, continues eating.
Her glare passes over each of them in turn, before especially settling on the platinum blonde-haired woman. Not even going to acknowledge my presence, Inanna?
She looks over. Ah, I apologize. I was just so entranced in our food here. Some of the best that we've had. Isn't that right, girls? A couple of them give like stiff nods to each other. None of them really mention or say anything. All except the blonde one, kind of quietly musters a yes.
Then best learn the recipe. You can cook it yourself when you get back. I believe you all said you'd be gone for a bit.
Has it not been a bit for you?
For me, perhaps. But who knows how much trouble you probably caused down here.
We haven't done anything too bad. I wouldn't worry about it.
Her eyes narrow. Too bad?
Please. We follow the laws of the fallen world, as we've been taught.
The bare minimum expected of you.
Correct. Please, you must order something. This is quite the meal.
I've eaten plenty before I left, and I'll eat plenty once I return. The food there is fine enough for me.
A shame. She kind of leans over. She kind of leans over to the other girls. Well, go on, keep eating. We don't want to waste now, don't we? The other girls slowly continue eating.
And what have you been up to down here? Just binging on any food you can get your hands on?
It's nothing. We've just been around, seeing what we'd want to see, making friends.
Making friends. I'd be careful with the kind of company you keep. You know you can't stay around with them.
Why is that?
Because down here isn't a place you belong. You should be staying back in Babylon.
The blonde girl kind of like her grip sort of tightens on their fork.
I already granted you a rather gracious gift by allowing you out here. I expected you were well trained enough to return on time. You're a bad influence on them, Inanna.
I don't believe I am. After all, we've made it this far with each other. All we have right now is each other. But we'll make something more of it later on.
Something more.
Yes. And she kind of leans over, kind of like pinches the blue-haired woman. Erish Tiggle here. I've heard you've been so interested in finding yourself a lover. She kind of blushes, waves her hand away. Stop it, stop it.
Ash Chiggle. Surely you know how silly of a thought that is. You don't age and you don't die. Whoever you're with will be gone in the blink of an eye. You'll barely have time to know them.
She kind of looks down.
And the rest of you. With the skills you have, surely you could have conjured something better than this back in Babylon. Or are you just here to take delight in someone else preparing it for you instead of hunting it for your own good?
The blonde woman kind of mutters out, I believe it is nice to get to go out like this and eat food that isn't magically created.
Need I remind you on a good lecture on supernal magic? She sort of lowers her voice to lean in a bit so that it's less obvious with the rest of everyone else around. The fallen world is just a live reflection of the supernal. Magical food and mundane food barely hold a distinction. All that matters is that magical food was made with your own two hands. I've seen Inanna make enough beasts. She'd be capable of it at the very least. You should too, Venus. She looks to the golden blonde-haired woman. Yet, you're here eating this. Sort of looks at whatever's on their plate.
The black-haired lady kind of slowly goes to stand up. I need to go to the bathroom.
Right.
To be back quickly, Geshtanana.
Agreed. Don't dally.
And she kind of daintily wanders off.
She looks to the twin-tailed, sort of shorter twin-tailed girl. And you, Astarte, you haven't said a word since I got here. You caused just as much trouble as Inanna.
She just has her like head leaning against her fist as she's just not looking, not making like a word.
I expect you to speak back to me when spoken to. How much trouble have you caused?
None that you need to worry about.
Shakes her head. For turning her attention back to Inanna, the girl with the similar massive amount of hair but tied up in the braids. I've been hearing rumors about a problematic pirate in the area. Have you heard anything about this? Apparently another archmage was dispatched to deal with it.
We've heard whispers, but we just so happen to be in the area.
I certainly hope so. It wouldn't reflect very, very good on you if you happen to get involved in something like this.
No, trust me. We'll be as involved as... We'll see to it. We'll see fit.
No, you won't. As the lady pounds the table, with enough force that a small crack appears in it, and the rest of the girls' plates seem to bounce up a bit as some of their food is knocked off.
All of them, save for Inanna flinch.
Clearly, you haven't been listening well enough to anything I've told you. You are spells. Spells do not get involved with mortals. You aren't to be involved in anything. So you will not be as involved as you want to. You'll be as involved as I tell you you're able to.
Inanna kind of takes a handkerchief and kind of wipes off some of like the food they got on the table. So aggressive. I'm sorry, but we don't think that's what's best.
We. She raises an eyebrow. Bold claim. Are you speaking for everyone at this table?
Fine. I don't really agree to that. She looks over to the other girls as they slowly kind of nod in agreement to her. As Geshtana kind of wanders back and slowly sits, but she makes sure her seat is like kind of closer to someone than it was before. We aren't going back.
Excuse me.
We plan to have our life as it is now. We're quite invariably done with what you've made.
What I've made is you. If you're done with that, then you're casting away who you are. Babylon's where you were created. It's the only place you can exist with any volatility. And need I remind you, it's the only place where you're safe from death. Every day you spend down here is another day you're in a place where no more revives happen for any of you.
Ereshkigal, in particular, appears to get frightened at that thought.
Don't all of you remember how many times you were torn apart during your training? When you took a few wrong turns and some beast in the desert turned you into mincemeat? But then, you form right back up, right in the palace, good as new. None of you know what death is. No matter how much you study it, no matter how much you feel it. Death isn't just a concept, it's an inevitability. Staying out here is to invite that.
She kind of, Anakin takes a moment, looks around at all the girls, for kneeling, they're smiling, reassuredly. She kind of looks up to you. And what's the problem with that? Have you grown so old that you're still afraid of that concept? What's so
The
wrong?
grinding of the lady's teeth is audible.
What's so wrong with living life like that? We're tired of living with you. And we're tired of being reminded every day how much you don't care. We're taking our stuff and leaving.
Well, that's a wonderfully grand plan. But I think you've forgotten something. Imperial masters can still control their automata as long as we're in the same plane of existence. I'm not asking you to come home. I'm telling you.
I imagined.
So,
None of us are strong enough yet to tell you off.
why do you even want to stay down here anyway? It's all the same. In Babylon, you've gotten far stronger, far quicker than anyone else probably could down here.
And like Babylon isn't the same place isn't the same place forever and ever.
It...
Unchanging all the time.
The lady's grip tightens on the table as bits of wood splinter under her grasp.
At the very least, there's a lot of variety here. And we're far away from a damn desert.
So, you just intend to travel back and forth, wandering the realms.
We'll make names for ourselves in our own little fields. We'll see what we can do. And it'll be better because you won't be breathing down our necks for it.
Truly, is that what you think? Because as far as I can tell, I'm someone who knows your exact location every single waking moment. I'm someone who can be anywhere in the world at any time. I don't believe there's a single place you can be where I won't be breathing down that neck of yours.
Inanna finally stands up and is right in front of you. She just looks at you. We both know that won't be a problem.
Don't forget that no matter how strong you've gotten, Inanna, how strong any of you have gotten, you're all created from me. Your reflections, warped and discarded ones at that. Whatever power you have, it's quite literally only a shadow of mine.
You feel Inanna kind of begin emanating power. As you notice, she appears to have an imperial armor beginning to like form around her.
Then you truly haven't listened to a single thing I've said. A restaurant still full of sleepers, and you're willing to do this?
We're willing for anything. She continues standing you down. Ishtar, as we know you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you plan to make a move right now?
She truthfully doesn't. She's ready to, but doesn't.
You see as the other girls begin to like stand up along with Inanna with varying levels of hesitation. But they all stand up.
Do you truly believe you could all take me on? Even all of you together? Do you?
What better than to try? There's a mountain in front of us, and we're meant to climb it.
As Ishtar breathes out hard, closing her eyes, screwing them shut. Fine then. And the moment you take your one foot off that mountain path, the moment you slip once, know that I'll be there. And I won't be there to catch you.
That is wonderful.
Ishtar looks over.
You look over. You see, sitting on another table, a man who wasn't there before. He's clapping to himself, looking at you guys. He appears to be shirtless, however, with scars and markings all over his shirt, or all over his torso, with almost like a captain's uh, with almost like a captain's coat wrapped around his shoulders. That's what they're called. Uh, as he's wearing like kind of like sailors trousers and big boots. As you see, what looks to be like kind of like a sort of a scarred up face with kind of spiky, we got a spiky brownish hair, uh, with little like bits of red, kind of going through it, and kind of red eyes. He's just clapping, looking at you.
I assume this is not Captain Kidd?
No, not at all.
Yeah. You are?
Oh,
Oh.
sure. Drugs doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Does it really?
Are you the annoyance I kept hearing about?
Maybe. It really depends on what you might be talking about.
Robert Culiford?
Oh. Yeah, that appears to be me.
She crosses her arms as she looks at him. You're not an archmage, that's for sure.
Oh, no. I'm not quite like those guys.
Yet from the sounds of it, one's been dispatched because you've been causing trouble.
Who is it?
If you don't know, then I don't have a reason to tell you.
I suppose not.
I suppose
Okay.
you consider it a gift that I'm telling you you're being hunted.
It shrugs. Just go on, ignore me. Are
Have you
you?
been having dealings with these girls?
What does it matter to tell you whether I have or haven't?
She looks at the girls. She eyes them up before eventually settling on the girl with black hair. Yes, Tiana. Is this man that either you or any of the other girls have been talking to?
Kind of,
You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
you can audibly hear her gulp. You see her almost weighing her options. She like looks around to the other girls for help.
What a hesitant answer. Gives me plenty of information.
Don't worry about that. I'm just here making sure that these lovely women get exactly what they want. You know, as a pirate like myself, I find myself so attached to the idea of people living as they want.
And I know that we have rules and regulations for a reason. Without them, the whole world would fall apart. As she strides past the girls, almost as if discarding their existence and just ignoring that they're there, as she focuses fully on the man, as it seems she considers them not a threat to her.
Oh,
You.
I'm gonna find them then.
Well, first I want to know what's happening with you. If you're acting as a sponsor of some sort to them.
Not really a sponsor. I just so happen to be in the area, and, well, these lovely women have told me their story. And you know, I don't really care. about their reasonings for why they may not want to be with you. And to be frank, I was just curious. Truly, an Imperial Master in the flesh. I've only seen one before, but it's almost silly to think that you two are in the same category.
And what exactly are you? Clearly a high enough threat to be considered to be a high threat, but certainly no Imperial Master. As Ishtar would like to mage sight this man.
Using all of them?
Yep.
Reeks of death.
Ear attuned to the underworld.
You caught me. Abound true and through.
Which means... as she trails off, I'd like to spend a mana to use Eyes of Death to now view Ghosts in Twilight.
You see nothing but him. Glowing brighter.
Abound without a geist in sight. Or rather, a geist hidden beneath the surface.
Shrugs. Maybe. Or maybe you aren't looking at the right place. He sort of stands up, about a couple inches taller than you.
From my experience, most of your kind alike having their companion around. Rare to see one without the other.
It's a special case. You don't really need to worry your little head about it.
You know, I have half a mind to just finish you off myself.
Are those fighting words that you're backing down from?
Only held back by the pirates. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Nope.
Truly. Then you're even not more uninformed than I thought.
Sure.
I'm not supposed to interfere in things like this. Unlike you, I follow these laws. Unlike all of you. Her eyes sort of slide back over to the girls at the table.
So, you're just going to not fight me?
Not unless you start at first.
You don't want to punch me in my hateable face?
Of course I do. But she sort of moves her hair out of her face. I say moves her hair, but it's more she like brushes the side and it moves aside for her. You're not my problem currently.
Are you sure that I'm not your problem?
Would you like to become it? She stares him down.
Allow me to check something real quick. If if I know this correctly, then what are either of your options, fellas? What do you think? Kerberoy. I'm gonna shut the Kerberoy theory down now. That ain't possible. As he holds out his hands. All right. But if you feel inclined to want to battle, as he turns around.
Do you
And
see anything with any of her mage sights?
Ishtar?
Mhm.
You notice almost an aura of blood around him as he gets a dramatic failure. And suddenly, you want to kill him. Like, you feel like, I think I do want to punch you in your face.
With barely restrained fury as her eyes narrow and her teeth grind. Well, fine then. If the Patsari considers you a problem, then it shouldn't matter which archmage deals with it.
Now we're talking.
Girls, enjoy another meal. You get another one before I finish up mopping this mess. And you, her eyes narrow to the man. We'll find some place. Sleepers won't be interfering. And then I'm going to kill you. Again, and again, and again. Until not even your dice can bring you back.
He holds out his hands. Okay. Lead the way.
As Ishtar strides out of the restaurant,
He goes to follow you.
and she's
As-
going to
go on.
she looks for because we're in a pretty busy city right now, right?
Oh, yeah, fairly.
She keeps like clenching at the sword strapped to her hip, just clenching and then unclenching, as though she's like trying hard not to pull it and just start stabbing him immediately. Wait. As she stops, turns around. No need for all this walking. She walks back to the restaurant. Astarte, you're needed.
She stands up and goes to follow you.
I'm going to have you excavate a space. Made some place that doesn't, and a place that only exists in a small cube, big enough to fight in.
Astarte goes to hold out her hands. Ishtar, roll a surprise attack. Roll a surprise roll for me.
Okay.
You may. Well, in a moment. When the moment happens, change. Roll a surprise roll for me.
3 suck.
What is your defense?
11.
Nice. Goodness gracious. Oh, the horror. Ishtar, behind you, you hear you feel a spark of a spark of death magic. You see, that's not my thing. As you turn around, as you see him draw a line over you, as a large cut forms on you, the street behind you, and all the buildings around you. Take 27 lethal.
Ishtar is
Of course,
going to,
your armor doesn't fly.
Yeah. As let's see. 27 lethal, you said?
Yep. I don't know what I don't know what happened, man. He got crazy. He went fucking crazy, man.
As Ishtar, does she have time for reflexive action? No, it's probably probably happy.
No, you succeeded your
Okay.
surprise, so you can reflexive action.
She will reflexively see. Oh fuck! She would like to spend 3 mana. Imperial death.
All right. Let's see what that does. As Ishtar, you look over, blink for a second, as you feel almost like a cut in the
I
air.
should show Imperial Spirit.
All right, as you feel like a cut in the air travel towards you before it slams onto your person, as you've found just enough time to make yourself immaterial. As you downgrade the damage. As
She's
you only
now full bashing 4 lethal.
Nice. As you feel yourself skid back and see buildings behind you begin to fall over.
For a moment, she felt as though that would have almost outright killed her, had she not immediately intervened with that, as she feels like the wound on her back, as the immaterial flesh sort of turns into like spiritual essence, as it sort of, when her blood falls off her, just dissipates into essence. As she grabs to the wound on her back, as she looks back and sees a few of her hairs falling down to the ground, having taken most of the attack, as it seems a chunk of her hair seemed to have actually been cut off by the attack. Her brows furrow. Fine.
I don't believe we'll be doing that. Not my style. Is Astarte takes a moment before she begins like walking towards the restaurant, and she begins to like tell the girls what's going on.
Yo, there's some crazy shit happening out there, girls.
Holy shit! Ishtar just got fucking cut.
Ishtar just got fucking got.
I'm the pinnacle of magic. I'm an archmage. No one can hurt me. Mike, you think you're safe?
You're safe. Fucking 27 successes on 10 dice.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that.
Three successes on 10 dice.
Yeah,
But,
that's
you know,
bro. This is like the opposite of like a villain that that like
This-
gets really bad. This is like the complete opposite of a villain that gets
This is
really
the-
bad.
this is how you know it's a high-powered campaign, not just due to the dice numbers, but due to the luck. Ishtar rolling 3 consecutive exceptionals as her first 3 rolls, followed by this.
Does this dude have a picker? No, I'm terrible with pickers. I'll make a pick crew. Should have called me. Well, he'll be visible after the session.
Nice. We're rolling initiative.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. As she calls to the sky, Dragon!
You guys are like not even. You only got one below you. This is truly the opposite of bad villain luck.
Yeah. Yeah, essentially, she calls to the sky. Yeah, she's just Dragon! Get down here now!
You hear the loud flapping as he begins to head down. Ishtar, look out, Mike, his Gege villain lug. Yeah, where my villains have plot armor.
Should I roll for Mr. Dragon too?
Absolutely.
Alright.
God, he truly did only just get one below you. What have you set that initiative up? Shut up, Ishtar. Strong cleave. Now let's start getting to the good part, shall we?
Fucking the chibi grease adds so much. Ishtar strong cleave, 23 successes. Alright, yeah, as... Fine, then. As Ishtar will... I assume Dragon needs a bit to get down here.
You set him up for a day, so he's here instantly.
True, you're right. The fucking clouds part for him to arrive. This guy's an enemy. We're going for the kill.
Right! You have one more? This one looks a little different from the others. He is free to have an action.
Ishtar does not quite respond to him. She just sort of narrows her eyes a bit. I need to remember what a certain power does. Give me 1 sec. Because
Absolutely.
I need to look at his Umina.
Part of the reason we're
power,
doing
essentially.
this. Part of the reason we're doing this. Part of the reason why Ishtar exists, besides for good plot for both free spirits and just Ishtar, is Adam and I really wanted to know what it's like to DM a game of this caliber.
Yeah, we needed to know. There's rules exist for like when you get to this level. We needed to see what those look like.
Absolutely. Greater being rules.
Okay.
You should save this song. I think you should save the song. Play other menacing songs. Save this one.
She'll just have Dragon go in for just a basic attack. What's this guy's defense?
Allow me to calculate.
Wait, no, I realized this poor guy, poor fucking Dragon Knight, he's not even cool enough to get the special
No.
thing.
No, he's not.
He's not cool enough for it. Okay, he'll do a number. He'll do breath attack.
All right.
And yeah, what is this guy's defense?
Okay.
And can he dodge firearms? I assume yes. Wait, no, he's a Sin Eater.
He's a Sin Eater. No.
Okay, so his defense is negated then.
Yes, it doesn't matter.
Okay. I'm incredible. Even at this power level, Sin Eaters will never escape the curse.
No, I must never give it to them unless they get it through outside means, like mage help.
Yeah. As Dragon here will spend his defender willpower.
Nice.
Oh, Ishtar's in danger. 8 successes, which is let's see, that would be 12 lethal ignoring armor. As he flaps his wings seemingly incredibly rapidly as he takes in a deep gulp of air before breathing it out onto the ground below, as what appears to be a toxic mist envelops the man and would essentially just rapidly rot his flesh.
As you see that envelop him, his flesh begins to rot, as his body sort of begins to crumble, as you hear people kind of running away, screaming, as the street kind of sort of gets filled with this gas. He will spend plasm and turn all that to 1 bashing.
That's a lot of plasma to spend. He's got the plasm to spend.
He's got plasm to spend.
He's got plasm to burn. All right, and that is good old Dragon's turn. Ishtar's turn.
Yep, your turn.
Let me double check one thing.
May take a couple learning curves for
This
for
is actually
you.
me checking my quote-unquote falconry merit.
Your falconry merit. If your
My
falcon was
falconry quote.
yeah, if your falconry was was size 14, because
Yeah, my size 14 falcon.
because I don't fucking care.
Because falconry just says you need a flying thing that is larger than size 2, and wouldn't you know it, he's larger than size 2.
Wow, Whoa.
Yeah, no, she just needs to do that at she will order him. I'm going in against him. Try and distract him when I can. When you can.
This would be terrible for the masquerade.
This would be terrible for the masquerade. She's going to use the Rake the Eyes ability of 4-dot falconry. I think she has 4-dot falconry. No, she only has 3-dot falconry. She does not actually get to do that.
Oh. Fuck, rake the eye. Ah! Giant fucking claw.
Yeah. Yeah, she won't order him to do anything then. She'll just like have him do like the usuals.
All right, the
And she will
fundamentals.
go in with just a basic attack.
Nice.
What is this man's defense?
12.
Okay. So
Depends on what the specifications for the canine merit. Probably could be if it's like if it doesn't specify what size the canine has to be.
okay.
Oh, it does say size of at least size 3.
At least. And one success for 4 lethal.
Nice. As you run forward, as you kind of dashing through the smog, unaffected. As you make a couple of slashes at him, as he kind of dodges a couple of them before he catches one in his forearm. Very nice. But you've got more, don't you?
She's going to narrow eyes as her hair is going to launch out and fight for her. I'm going to reflexively attack with my hair too. I think I added that because that was always the intention, right? Of reflexively using the hair to fight too.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I realized actually reading the actual spell, it never actually wrote that I could use it reflexively. So I technically, by rules, cannot actually do that.
Were you
I was
intending
intending
for it to be
to.
that way?
I was intending it for it to be that way.
Go for it.
And I mean, it's a dynamic spell. Those get fucky.
Yeah, it's a dynamic spell, bro. You like you late programming.
Yeah.
It's programming. You programmed / intended for it to do this, but forgot to like list it down. And it's like little notepad, but you do
Yeah,
go on ahead if you intended it for it.
Yeah, because with dynamics, you don't really consciously control the spell. It just does. It just goes.
Yeah.
And his defense would now be 11, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, and that would be her strength
A
plus
better
her
dice
life
pool.
bonus. Yeah, a better dice pool. So that'd be strength plus life minus 11, which would be, I believe, that'd be 7 dice.
By one, a better dice pool.
One, you know what? One success is one success.
Amen.
And that will do.
What damage does it?
I'm pretty sure only bashing because it's just like unarmed attacks, as though we're unarmed. She could kinetic blows it. Well, she couldn't because she doesn't have forces. But if it could be kinetic blows or anything like that. But
I'm sure
currently
you
I believe
can,
it's just bashing.
I'm sure you can find a way to make a spell.
Yeah,
make
she
your
could She could do some life shit with that.
Yeah, make your unarmed attack deal damage. I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
As it lashes out and kind of like whips against him. An automated attack and defense.
Something like this is simple to my kind. As
Well,
she stands still, like holding her blade up, ready to fight, as the hair continues like striking outwards from different angles.
As he tries to like catch its movements, but it keeps like slapping him. However, you notice that with both the rot and your attacks, they slowly begin to, not even slowly, they very quickly begin to heal as you see the white plasm congeals around them, sewing them shut. As the plasm almost kind of like moves around his fingers and his arms, continuously like matching his speed. You're
I'll be
absolutely
ready for you this time.
You're absolutely correct. Something like that is simple for you. I'm just but a bound. Things like that, they have the potential to go right over my head. I just like to keep things simple. As he goes to run forward, as he makes a couple attacks at you.
All right.
Defense of 11.
She actually will switch back to death now because I remembered that I forgot that Imperial armor also gives Clash of Wills.
Nice. Clash of Wills to attack if with that thing.
No, just for like, for example, if she had death armor, she'd be able to Clash of Wills haunts, and that's her plan. And she knows, well, hey, this motherfucker's bound, so why not? And other than that, she, considering he was still able to hit her with spirit, she knows, okay, well, that means he must have similar power to me, because otherwise that would have no-selled it. So I may as well fucking switch my tactics.
All right. He's gonna go for a couple of attacks on you. Defense of 11. Much tamer. 3 successes. For only. Let me actually see. Do you have this? Because this would work. Ew, okay. It's really funny. I love flavoring Sin Eater stuff, and it's like it's so funny sometimes. That is 10 lethal.
As with every attack as he throws out, the hair shoots in front, blocking most of it. But every so often, he is faster than the hair or stronger than it, pushing through and blows landing on Ishtar.
More than that, as you see, as he goes to like make several punches towards you and kicks, as you see his plasm moves a certain way along his limbs. Like plasm kind of moves a certain way along his limbs as you see flashes of cuts enter into you and stab into you, leading to some of those attacks dealing damage.
As, yeah, bits and pieces of like cuts appear on her body, yet none of them seem to bleed. As though her body was simply not circulating blood, question mark? Or, more accurately, when the cuts appear, the blood simply continues onward as though the veins were intact. As she slides back. I can't say I've met too many people like you. I wasn't aware bound to reach this level of power.
A bit of a special case.
And still no sign of the Geist.
Yeah, I wonder where he is.
As on the dragon's turn, Ishtar sort of looks at her wounds as she's going to clench a bit, going to reflexively spend 3 mana, activate life armor, as all the wounds immediately close. As she heals all bashing and all lethal.
Should take you more seriously then, I guess. My bad. I don't often get to fight people of your caliber. It's usually done so quick.
I'll admit, it was much the same for me. I wasn't expecting someone like you to show up. Which just means I need to end this quicker. Dragon, keep him busy.
And what do you
As-
want them to do? I wonder.
She looks him dead in the eye as she holds out a hand. Do what all good mages do. Cheat. As she will have Dragon will head on in.
All right, I've got you.
She is going to have him probably just go in for a bite.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, actually, probably another breath attack, another death breath. As he's just sort of like flying around in a circle above, like launching like balls of this like cursed sludge.
Every time they spray onto him, it fucking like almost instantly turns him into a skeleton before white kind of wraps around him and brings him back to normal.
That would be no defense since he's a Sin Eater.
No, not now.
Does he have defense now?
No, I'm talking about Yank. Talking to Yank.
5 successes for 9 lethal.
All right,
Ignoring armor.
downgrade to 1 bashing. So this is the power of a Sin Eater who doesn't care about the amount of plasma he spends.
Let me just take a quick look at the spell list, because Ishtar has a devious idea.
A devious little.
A devious little idea. As Ishtar would like to use
On his turn, he reflexively turns the key of blood.
so this is how it's to be.
Mm-hmm.
It would probably be a 4-dot death, or I'll say it right now. What she wants to do is use a death spell and pull the plasm out of him.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to extract plasm from him.
4-dot death. That makes sense.
Definitely withstood.
Definitely withstood.
Probably by stamina.
It's plasm, so
Could be rank.
I'd say either stamina or rank would make most sense.
Yeah.
Considering, it's definitely rank because it would be based on the amount of plasm that he has because of it.
I imagine she can take 1 plasm per fucking potency.
Likely. Yeah, because this would be like the like a death variant of the Shadow Scream spirit spell.
Yeah.
Where you do damage, but you can trade potency from damage into just destroying dots of fuel.
Sure. Yeah. Perfect. Alright, so that would be...
Yeah, so you're an essence killer and a plasm killer.
Yes, he's a fucking ghost hater with this one weird trick. Okay, so it's 4 dots. That'd be 3 free reach? No.
If we...
3 free reach.
If we do it like this, then I don't think it would actually be withstood then. Because I don't think... Yeah, Shadow Scream is not a withstood spell. Going off of what I remember.
Yeah. All right, then. Perfect. Yeah, it's an attack spell, which aren't really withstood. Yeah, start with Robert just regains plasm, yeah? The Sin Eater life.
Multi-key turning. This is the world that White Wolf wants you to live in, multi-key turning. Turning to Key of Blood at the same time because reflexive actions are just infinite. They're infinite in the fucking... in the realm that White Wolf intended. I wonder what his haunts are. He only has so much to pull from.
He hasn't got much. She will empower... What yantra does she got up her sleeve? Could she consider the plasm she is destroying from him as a sacrament yantra?
Yeah, probably.
Would that be what pluses would that be? +1, +2, or +3? Probably it would only be +1 or +2. Probably +1.
I'm assuming I'm gonna say +1, since it's not... You don't have like... You're not grabbing his plasm to do it. You're targeting his plasm as a means to symbolically boost the spell. If you had like his plasm in your hand right now, probably a +2 or maybe even a 3. No, yeah, probably would be a 3 because if you had like his plasm in your hand, you'd just be able to like almost sympathy that shit.
Yeah, at that point that'd be a sympathetic yantra, which is a whole other board board game,
whole other thing, which you don't technically have the ability to do.
Yeah, not at all. All right. This looks like my math. Little scuffed math, but you know, it gets the basics down.
It's all right. It's all right. Maybe this will be like a Zenkai boost for you. You learn how to play an Archmage in a threat like this, and then it'll translate back to Mark Reed. Like this shit almost seems like child's play.
She's gonna spend willpower here, because you know it's the correct thing to do whenever you're spending getting a fairly low pool. 2 sucks. As she erases 11 plasm from himself as she pulls her arm back as the plasm just gushes from his body and from open wounds.
You weren't kidding. Sadly, as you see him kind of like try to brush himself off, due to all the acid, he's like basically naked. You see him kind of brush himself off.
No, it's okay. It's death breath. It just rots the skin.
Oh, okay.
So
Never mind.
He still has his clothes. Yeah.
He's not naked. He's not Andy.
Yeah.
Undead unluck. And he kind of dusts himself off as you like extracted a fuck ton of plasma from him. If this were like any of the free spirits, that would be like a death sentence. I can tell your ignorance is showing. That's not much of an issue for my kind. Not unless you do it all in one big swoop. And I've got a lot to pull.
But you must have some kind of drawback. Your kind have something known as a doom, don't you? Some sort of native thing that builds up.
You know, one man's negative thing is another man's positive.
I see. As she twists her sword around, then I'll have to change tactics. As her hair continues to attack outwards, attacking him.
As You kind of like run forward as your hair extends outwards like a bunch of tendrils. Then it goes to like try to pierce into him.
Defense of 12,
Yep.
right?
Actually, that actually should have been a name spell. But because of that, I'd wager it would
No,
be.
she made it sensory.
Oh, well,
Yep,
actually,
she's been to reach for sensory range.
well, never mind. It would be 12 then. I was gonna make it 11, but you sensory ranged it.
Yeah, no, she sensory ranged it. Because Ishtar does not actually. I don't think Ishtar actually has fast spells, so her spells are dodgeable. Her spells are not faster than bullets.
But I mean, shit, man. You're an archmage. What does it matter? Just make it. Just make it sensory. You have you have the luxury.
You have the reach. Only 2 bashing, but hey, it's 2 bashing, you know.
Mhm. I
As
will
the
say he
hair
doesn't.
attacks out.
He does not have armor.
Mm-hmm.
Both of you can tell because Annie innately has the key of blood. As it kind of like just softly pierces into his skin, and he just kind of like bats it off. As he's going to run towards you and initiate close quarters once again.
11.
Yep. No need to change up what's already good. Not yet, at least. As he makes a couple more attacks towards you for 10 more lethal. Doesn't matter. As he slashes into you, as quickly as he slashes into you, they're instantly healed. This is incredible. I almost feel like I keep attacking you forever.
You probably could. I've imperialized my arcanum of life. My body is unbreakable. I heal about as fast as those Aratha do.
Oh? If that's the case, maybe you aren't that much of a threat anyways. Use the key of blood to regain 10 plasm.
Right then. Time to kick it up a notch. Dragon, just keep attacking him.
On it! He readies more death breaths.
Actually, Dragon, boost yourself.
On it!
She'll have him take an instant action to spend 7 mana and increase his power by 7. Wait, no, it's by 6, sorry. So 6 mana, increase power by 6.
Do spirits have a spending limit?
Not that I know of.
I wouldn't imagine they do, but it's something to know.
So.
Something to think about, I guess.
And he's going to boost, he's going to spend mana, so his power goes from a 12 to an 18. As mana just courses through him, as it becomes almost visible in the fallen world too, as it seems to just emanate off of him. Meanwhile, Ishtar is going to cast a combined spell. She is going to... she wants to cast an acceleration on herself and a life spell to sharpen her sharpen her hair. To make its damage lethal and increase its weapon rating by potency.
Technically better than kinetic blows, if you really think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Kinetic blows stops it's how much damage it gives. But technically, in other arcana, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Technically, you don't have to in forces if you're creative enough, but
Yeah.
the diamond doesn't want you to know that.
Don't let the diamond see this. I just need to remind myself about combined spell rules because I'm still a little iffy on those. I've not done much,
Yep.
especially multi-arcanum combined spells.
Mhm. I believe your free reach is determined by your highest arcana,
Mm-hmm.
and you might actually
I think-
roll your lowest arcana.
I think it's free reach is the lowest arcana, and then but potent. Your primary factor is still the highest arcanum. Actually, it doesn't say which reach it is. No.
what is-
Reach is. Hold on, let me look at free reach because I remember the rule. There are rules for when you combine multiple arcana to a single spell. Highest rated arcanum, yeah. So it is highest rated.
And the dice pool for the spell, I believe, might be the lowest rated.
It's the lowest, yeah. Dice pool would be the lowest.
High five me. Fuck yeah.
You did it. Okay. So that would be free reach. That'd be 3, and then her life of 8. So she'd have 6 free reach, I believe. Because it's
Do whatever the hell you want, really.
do whatever the fuck you feel like, yeah. She'll spend 1 for instant casting, 1 for advanced scale, 1 for advanced duration. She actually does need to spend a few for acceleration. Let me scroll down to acceleration again. Acceleration. Okay. And then she'll spend another 1 and a point of mana to give her dodge actions road action. And that should be it for acceleration. So that's 4 reach spent with 2 to spare. Potency will be 8. Duration 1.
Must be nice, man. 4 for each spent, still with 2 to spare.
Yeah. Fucking Mark should never.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about the Hunter session where he's like,
Yeah.
I only have 1 free reach. I have to use it on instant cast.
Yeah. And then it's just like, let's toss 4 free reach out there. I still got some to spare. Range, touch. And that would be dice pool of the lower, so that'd be her time of 5 plus Genesis 8 for 13 dice. And then she'll add her sword as a tool yantra for a total of 14. And she'll take a and then because she's she'll throw in a honing the form in there too to increase her strength.
Fucking combined spell, man.
Yeah, fucking when you can cast 4 spells at once,
Why not?
Why not? That does give her a passive -4, just she is adding 2 spells beyond the first. So her dice pool is down to 10.
Oh no.
And she will take a -4 again to increase potency by 2 to make it a nice even 10, giving her a dice pool of 6. I believe that should do it.
Maybe you should make this spell a praxis so you remember it.
Her fuck you spell.
She's like, this is her stance.
You know what? She will. She'll take that a practice. I love how the Archmage sheet, fun fact, doesn't actually have a practice sheet. It has, you know where the practices normally are? It stems where that would be is just more active spell lists that expects you to have 20 fucking spells on all the time. And then the rest of the sheet is your arcane attainments.
Yeah, I mean, shit, man, why not?
Yeah, shit, man, why not? And that will be 6 dice. She'll spend the willpower on this. Three successes. And you know what? It's a practice, so that's an exceptional.
Yeah.
She's gonna take back the 1 mana she spent on the spell, and also gain a mana for it. So she gains a net profit of 1 mana.
Nice.
As
The goddess stance or some shit.
yeah, the fucking goddess stance.
Goddess dance.
She now has 20 strength. And her hair does 10 lethal. And she also has her speed multiplied by 10.
With a bonus to defense.
With a bonus to defense when dodging. Oh, and she uses the higher of her wits and dexterity now. So instead of being 11, her defense is now 15, I believe. Because she had 6 wits, so it'd be 4 more. All right.
As Ishtar, the vines begin kind of wrapping around you, as they take the healthy and lush feeling from them before becomes almost like a facet of divine rage, as your entire body strengthens beyond a point that it was already even before. Surprising, considering you were already incredibly powerful.
I almost forgot. That does actually remind me. I need to spend an extra 1 free reach as I'm increasing myself over my maximum attribute limit. And I spend a point of mana that I get back.
Nice.
Yes.
So it's a net neutral.
Net neutral. Nothing changes. She's just instead of having 2 free reach left over, she has 1 free reach left over.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah. As the air around her seems to almost thicken as magic courses through her body, visible just by spiritual pressure alone, as her hair it extends outward, with some of it wrapping tighter around her body, almost like protective armor.
Oh. The air around you. Oh, this is exciting.
Now then, let's just give this a more proper shot. As one of the tendrils of hair sharpens into a spike before launching out at him.
I'm not even awake and I can feel.
As defensive 12.
Yep.
All right. So that'll be her strength plus life minus 12. So that'll be that much.
Sounds like a nice and solid 16.
Yes.
Did you increase only your strength with honing the
Only
form?
her strength.
Okay. I was about to say, if you fucking made it also dexterity.
Yeah, that'd be fucking brutal. 3 successes for 13 lethal.
Nice.
As the sharpened point of hair shoots outwards, skewering right through him. Seemingly on reflex, targeting the heart.
Nice. He will turn all that into 1 bashing.
It seems it's a contest of who can kill the other faster. Right now, it doesn't actually matter if we whittle each other down. Our resources are both too much that we'll simply regenerate from it. You turn your keys fast enough that you can keep regenerating, and if you don't kill me in 1 shot, my body will heal itself. So the only thing that matters is 1 singular strike.
His body begins, like, forming itself back together very quickly as he clenches his hands. I haven't scratched the surface yet. I know you've got more.
You're right, I do. And I don't intend to show it to you. This will be enough to finish it.
Well, let's see then. As he's going to, on his turn, run for you, as the plasm rapidly moving around his limbs begin like glowing red and spinning faster, as he's going to jump up in the air and make an attack towards you.
All right. 15 defense.
Okay. He will all out attack. Ooh, actually failed.
Ooh.
As he runs up in the air, and you see him begin like making almost like composer movements around, as the area around you gets filled with red in a 30-meter radius around you, as your hair blocks the rapid spin of attacks. You could tell if that hit, that would have likely actually done damage, as it obliterates the area around you like a cube.
Yeah,
Even the ground beneath you, 30 meters under.
I imagine Ishtar used like narratively use acceleration to like just barely dodge the radius.
I was imagining that her hair just kind of with acceleration just rapidly blocked it all.
Yes, the hair like rapidly blocks all. She washes as more and more strands seem to like disappear, just being cut up into nothing before rapidly regrowing back to its original length. Despite the cost exercise, Ishtar's breathing remains completely steady. That technique of yours. Originally, I thought it was one direct attack, but it feels almost like a million smaller cuts, happening so quickly that they may as well be one force.
He just smirks as he lands on a roof nearby.
In any case, as she narrows her eyes before kicking off the ground, you left yourself open. She is going to, with acceleration, fuck off, Dragon, I'm taking my turn now. Excuse me, coming through.
Honk honk!
Honk honk! As she sprints forward, the hair skewers out in front of her, making its first attack. Nope, dice pool too large. I almost forgot about that.
Hey man, defensive 12 though.
You're right, defensive. No, it isn't. He all out attacked. Oh, he still has it, doesn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, that made sense.
Ah, you caught me. You caught me. He has defense. He has his defense still.
Is that she's perfect then. 4 successes for 14 lethal.
Nice.
When she sees that, the hair goes out. She's expecting him to be off balance. And when he isn't, even though the hair skewers, she immediately stops, kicks back off the building, making more distance as she holds her sword up in a parrying stance as she's going to take the dodge action.
Is he downgrades all that damage to 1. So you're still... As he kind of shakes off the damage. On the dragon's turn, he's going to twist the keys.
Of course. John just sort of keeps sort of floating back and forth. As she just sort of just keep blasting him with the death. It tires him, it lowers his plasm if nothing else. Actually, go in for a claw swipe. Should just have him dive bomb for a sec.
On it! He's going to dive bomb down.
Actually, she might actually know. She's going to use falconry. She's going to have him roll his presence plus intimidation, or in this case, power plus finesse, versus what's his face. What's the roll? I can't remember what the roll.
Robert.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember what the roll is. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, it's a contested roll, and if the dragon wins, then Rutherford cannot. He gets a -3 to his next action due to being vaguely distracted.
Mm-hmm. If I remember this, I believe it is a what's plus composure.
Close. It's a resolve plus composure.
Mm.
This counts as an attack action, apparently, for the bird.
He's going to spend a willpower.
Mm-hmm.
4 successes on him.
Okay. Uh, 7 successes for the dragon.
Nice.
As he just keeps swooping back and forth, and heightened by acceleration, just being a general nuisance. His attack's not really doing any lasting damage, but just continually being a bother as it slices into him and keeps him off his toes.
Mm-hmm. As he starts looking over, continuously getting distracted. I believe. I think this might be time. I don't think right now. And on his turn, he is going to reflexively spend 7 plasm to do his reflexively spend 7 plasm to do his remembrance trait. to increase his brawl dots by 7.
Mm-hmm.
As you see him hold out his hands, as his body begins to like move almost quicker and more fluid with a lot more purpose, which is surprising considering how much he's been able to go for up to this point. His instant action, he's going to. You wanted to see my Geist, didn't you?
Ishtar's eyes are now watching his every move. Go on, then. Play your hand.
Of course. As you see him hold out his hands again, as you see him kind of begin sparking with energy of the underworld, as you see him almost outline himself with a visage with much longer hair and a terrifying face that looks nothing like him, but still continues to. Does allow me to roll initiative real quick. But you don't see it like separate from him. You notice that it spawns on top of him and stays that way.
Congratulations. You've done something today. You've shown an Imperial Master something she hasn't seen before.
Could you let me do this real quick. Okay. Initiative for you guys is finesse and resistance, I believe. Yes, finesse and resistance. Okay. So the 7, that is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as you see him, his voice kind of like double up on each other. Shall we get started? As at the top of the initiative, Robert Culliford turns the key of blood for Robert Culliford.
I'm glad we're both on the fuck shit. Truly, this is what rank plus 6 does for a motherfucker. This is what this world is like.
This may seem familiar to you in a different game line, perhaps.
Yeah, I think I understand what's happening here. Do you think Ishtar has a general gist of what's going on? She probably hasn't seen it in person before, but...
You have a high enough death, I'll allow you to roll it if you'd like to.
Mm-hmm.
Intelligence plus occult, I guess.
Okay. Stars by Archmage. I would say by Archmage standards, not particularly smart. Still true. Got 6 successes, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is funny how by Archmage standards, Ishtar isn't exactly the brightest. She only has 4 int.
Only.
She only is. She's not the. She by Archmage standards, not the brightest. She's a fight mage.
As you see similar beads of plasm form around his arms again, this time sharper, more refined. What'd you get on that?
6 successes.
Do you have a guess? Because you appeared to start talking.
And that Geist. That's not someone else. That's your own ghost, isn't it?
Something like that. As you can sense a mountain similar to your own coming off of him.
Your Geist's rank has been pushed farther than most thought possible.
What can I say? I got a special Geist. That is his turn.
What about second turn?
Well, don't worry. His second turn is on 21. You guys are still before him.
Ishtar will.
But he does, in fact, get second turn.
Yeah.
Man, the monster stacking rules were so cool in D&D. I had to do it twice.
Yeah. Ishtar will just take the dodge action again. Taking a parry stance, she's going to be spending a willpower to be using aggressive defense.
Nice. All right, your hair, do your thing.
And yep, bow defense.
Actually, 15.
Okay. The hair launches out, continuously stabbing at him, doing 13 lethal. As through the whirlwind of hair blades, Ishtar simply stands with her sword held up high, like parallel to her face.
Mm-hmm. As he, you think Geists have Geist regen is so weird. I suppose he takes 13. I suppose he takes the 13 then. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I imagine they can kill it with plasma. I can't imagine they wouldn't be able to use plasma killing.
Yeah. That's what you'd think, but nothing says definitively. But
yeah, because
you know what? I'll allow it for all the bound because this makes sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because it's a product of the bargain, so it makes sense that both parties of the bargain get some benefits.
And close. Why would the mortal Sin Eater be capable of something that the Geist couldn't? Whenever the Geist is the reason why they have all the powers.
Yeah.
So that'll be for all the Sin Eaters to worry about. They can do that. They can also do this. But yeah, he's going to spend. I believe he only needs to spend 13 or 12 now to downgrade all that to 1 bashing, since he downgrades damage. Manifested and such. As you see, the wounds on him deal less damage. The attacks you deal to him as your hair extends outwards it deals much, substantially less damage. As you get ready into another stance. Dragon's turn.
He will harass again. Try and lower that. Just sometimes a -3 is all you need, you know?
Mm-hmm. Resolve plus composure. What is that? Resistance plus resistance?
Yes.
If you say so.
Ooh. That's not a good roll, dragon. Fucking birds.
Yeah, 8 successes.
Yeah, no, he's not bothered by the birds.
He goes, the dragon goes over and tries to harass, as he just, as the dragon, from his perspective, almost feels as if 2 hands grab at his claw. As he, ah! Alright, we're gonna put an end to that right about now. He's going to attack, he's going to attack Mikhail, the dragon.
Mikhail, no! Damn it. As Ishtar swears, as still holding her parry, he's like, motherfucker.
My heart wants to root for Robert. bro, this is like, bro, this is like Sukuna right now. This is fucking funny. You're rooting for him.
Defense of 8.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, someone got caught.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Ishtar is unfortunately a very flawed person. She's also following the rules of, hey, don't fucking blow up mortals.
Don't blow up
break
mortals.
the fucking pacts. The pact exists for a reason.
As you see, the flesh
Easy of me
side.
to
As you see the flesh side of Robert pull out his hands and draw out a line in front of the dragon, as a deep cut appears into his face, dealing 11 lethal.
What she said, she yells like, Enkidu! Damn it!
Ah! Kind of gets like pushed back as you see the spirit half begin to make a move as immediately right after as he jumps up and is going for another attack.
Against Enkidu.
Yep.
Alright. Thankfully, he does downgrade damage, thanks to being
Yep.
manifested, but oh boy.
Yep.
How much bashing or lethal was it?
11. Is this what a Sukuna Glazer feels like? I can't be. I'm not an expert dick rider. As Enkidu gets attacked there, as he then grabs the snout and jumps up into the air, as Enkidu gets kind of like pulled back with him, as he kind of touches Enkidu's back before a hail of slashes begins pushing him down towards the crater that he had left earlier with his red slash attack, dealing 14 lethal.
Alright.
Gilgamesh is likely her domain expansion. We're really in the JJK mindset, huh?
Okay, 14.
Yep. As Enkidu gets slammed onto the ground after taking 2 big attacks off that.
That is, combined, exactly as many health pots as Enkidu has. He is now full bashing. He's not as durable as Ishtar. He can't take that much.
He can't take this kind of pressure.
He can't take this kind of pressure.
As he gets like slammed down to the ground. As you see him kind of like try to get himself up. I'm so good.
You dumbass dragon. Fine then. Can't on the defensive. Fly higher. Get out of their range.
Yes, do that. You might need it.
as whose turn is it?
Yours.
Yeah.
Actually, it's Enkidu, assuming you don't just step in front of him. It's my turn, actually.
Yeah, Ishtar will like step in front of him.
Alright.
Listen, Enkidu, fucking fly up there. Get out of here, man. Get out of here.
As like you see his gaze begin to follow Enkidu before you immediately like fill his whole vision with yourself. Just with your accelerated speed, you just flash step right in front of him and begin the assault.
As defensive 15, you say?
Yep.
She's actually going to first attempt to have her hair grapple.
Nice.
Five successes. As it will take the hold maneuver to remove his defense.
As the hair wraps around.
And then...
I want to do a move right now, but...
Hmm?
I don't know. I mean, as a Geist, he does have 15 intelligence.
He do.
He has 15 intelligence, by the way. He's 15 power. Ooh.
Ooh, that was booty.
You know what? Fine. I'll do it.
Well, whatever it does, better be good. Ishtar's coming in with 16 successes on her slash.
All right.
Should I tell you the damage?
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be 19 lethal.
I do numerically need to count this out.
Mm-hmm.
As you deal the damage, as with lightning fast pace, you wrap him around with your hair as it kind of tears into his skin like razor wire. As you almost begin like running along with him, like drag him across the concrete, and occasionally, as quick as possible, throwing in slashes every once in a while, like fucking Virgil.
Yeah.
As he will turn all of that into one bashing. For you to know, every single time that an attack is made, you notice that the spirit side is almost prioritized.
Mm-hmm. This is why I hate fighting people like us. It's perfected defense versus perfected offense. It's perpetual stalemate on both sides.
Isn't that the fun of it, though?
As she keeps slicing and slicing and slicing at him as she drags him along the concrete.
Is this happening on a reflexive action, I wonder? Is the hair grapple happening on a reflexive action? I'm gonna say it still works. I'm gonna say it still operates off of his instance.
Mm-hmm.
As,
his instance, Ishtar's reflexive.
Mm-hmm. As you see, the flesh side is going to make a move against you. But is going to ignore the grapple, so
Okay.
you can go on ahead and, like, I don't know, slap him if you want damage remover or something. Alright. Defense of 15. Gonna all out attack.
I was right. Did armor apply to the last two Enkidu's thing? Because I forgot he has armor.
I didn't count armor, no.
Okay. So he's a little bit more okay.
That's good.
Defense of 15 applies. Yeah, defense of 15.
And let me double check. Okay. As let's say this is also probably a called shot. This. I'll make it like this, spending willpower for him. Oh, 7 successes. Goodness, this isn't an attack. As you see him like kind of get throttled around a little bit before. Your hair is really fast growing, is it? As you see him throw out his hand and grab onto the bunch that is grabbing him, as he initiates a grapple on you, targeting the hair.
All right.
As per my understanding of your spell, the hair around him begins to immediately come off and dissipate.
As she sees that, realizing, oh fuck, he I can't believe he fucking cracked that. I didn't crack that. As that would indeed work.
Yep. I thought about it for a split second. I'm like, can he do that? He has 15 int right now. He could probably fucking do that.
He could definitely do that.
As he breaks free of the grapple and gets an action, he's gonna fucking attack.
Is whenever like he grabs and pulls it instantly detaches from Ishtar and withers away, which was not good.
Yeah, fucking no one could ever do that shit. No one could ever perform big brain like that.
Big brain like that, yeah. She initiated that as a safety measure of, oh hey, this way my hair won't get caught on shit and be used against me. And then, oh, my safety measure has now been used against me.
I had a feeling something like that would happen. The way your hair moved was almost independent of itself, and it never got in your way.
Damn it.
As he will reflexively on this turn, do the key. He'll do the key of blood, getting himself back 10. And then on his turn, Enkidu's long gone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me look at something real quick.
And then she like flew up.
Yeah, with acceleration, Enkidu is up out of here. Oh, he actually couldn't do this, I just realized. I suppose he'll attack you, if for the purposes of just lowering your defense.
Mm-hmm.
Since you don't. Yep. Even if that dealt damage, would have been healed. As you see him like kind of hold out his hand as the plasma begins sharpening out faster and faster around his limbs, as he throws out a punch and 5 slashes appear in your skin before it instantly heals. As now on the top of his turn, unless.
Yes. Well, no, she's gonna hold off.
Okay. As he's going to spend some plasm. And he's going to make an attack. Those 20 years are going to be over by the end of this fight. True.
Ishtar is going to reflexively start charging a spell.
Nice. Okay. Not an amazing roll on his part, but it should work as per what is intended here. As you see the spirit side begin to glow red as he does those conductor motions again, as a 30-meter cube around you begins glowing, begins to envelop in red slashes, as it fucking blows apart a building nearby, and deals to you 12 aggravated.
Oof. Armor apply?
Of course.
Yeah.
It's your hair.
As the hair blocks a number of the strikes before it cuts appear in her flesh as the wounds try to close but can't seem to quite get there.
Oh, and Robert Colliford will do another key maneuver on his turn.
As Ishtar breathes out. Fine then. Push a little harder. Fight a little smarter. I can do this. As on Ishtar's turn, she calls out, Enkidu! Bane! Give it to me now! She's doing a call out for him to cast a Death for Perfecting spell, similar to Infernal Enhancement, to essentially have Ishtar become a Bane of this Geist. And want to cast it on Ishtar, like her body, which would include her hair, as well as her sword. Which thankfully Enkidu has just enough death dots to do so.
Yeah. Only one free reach, though.
Only one free reach, which he needs to use for instant casting.
He'll need to dice pool. He'll need the lowest dice pool to make this last longer.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Yeah, let's see. So it'll be his rank plus his death, which would be a total of 8 dice pool. Potency doesn't really matter too much.
It's a primary factor of duration?
I'd imagine so, yeah. Because it's just become Bane. It doesn't it wouldn't really need potency, right?
Yeah.
So primary factor duration of 4. He will spend -2 to increase the scale to 2, so we can include 2 people, and another -2 to increase the duration by 1. So it's a total of would be a total of 5 turns.
All right. This would be the time.
He will spend willpower from his defender merit. 4 successes. And he would actually also need to make this an aimed roll, an aimed spell attack, wouldn't he? Right?
Actually, yeah, I believe so. Considering he's casting it on her.
Thankfully, he's good at this.
Actually, let me check something.
Actually, he could probably just fly down and touch her.
I mean, likely.
He has 300 meters of speed.
Let me check a roll real quick.
Okay.
Just in case.
Okie-dokie.
Because I did realize I was just dawdling and letting you do your thing, but I do need to be the guy that fights you.
And we're doing it to learn the system.
Yeah. Okay. As Enkidu flies down, and if you succeed this, Enkidu, I'll just let the spell go through as normal. I need him to make me a Clash of Wills.
Okay. Death plus rank for him?
Yep.
Okay. Or he's a Okamata, so this would probably be rank plus one of his attributes? Or would it be an Arcana?
It would probably still be Arcana of the spell.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because he is trying to cast this on Ishtar. Yeah, so. Alright, he'll make the Clash of Wills. He'll spend a little power on this as well. 4 successes.
Okay. I'm being helpful.
What is Enkidu? Well, ain't that the question. He's casting spells like a mage.
Enkidu, as he goes down and goes to touch Ishtar, with the spell kind of glimmering in his hands, a vine wraps around his finger and dispels it.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was just saying Ishtar was going to try and reflexively interrupt that, but now it's already happened. Grits her teeth seeing that.
You have an idea as to what just happened there.
You're going to be punished for that, As
I think you should worry a bit more about the stakes of this.
As Ishtar is going to attempt to cast the same spell on herself. As she was. She needs to get this going properly. And she's also going to reflexively switch to Death Armor.
Nice.
And you do. Pull back.
Okay. Alright, make me a Clash of Wills.
Okay. Death plus that would be 14.
They're determined.
3 successes only.
They're determined. As you go to cast the spell again, as the vines around your hand, acting as like the channeling for the spell, gets wrapped in like a bluish water substance before dissolving.
Right then.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it. You did.
As Ishtar just sort of looks incredibly upset.
Something just happened to you, didn't it?
Nothing that concerns you.
Oh, but it's gonna concern you. It's gonna concern me. I think more importantly, it should concern you. And those brats there. I hope they're able to. But I think we both understand our place here. And I'm sick and tired of waiting. I don't care whatever packs you may have. As the human half, just blood begins to pool around his hands as he kind of clasps them together. As he passes his turn. I want to see this out. Okay. As he's going to take his turn.
Fine then. if my hand is to be forced like this.
You have a power greater than all. Show it to me. After all, the world wouldn't be able to handle my level anyways. As his spirit hands overlap and clasp onto his hand. As blood kind of spills from his hands and collapses onto the ground, as it almost begins to fill supernaturally fast. As a small town's worth of range around you all, he casts his boneyard. As he reflexively spends plasm to use the old law. With the law, if possible, use the full capabilities granted to you as a greater being.
As that passes over her, Ishtar.
Yeah.
Well, Ishtar feels like she could push back against this with her death armor, but she chooses not to, as she lets the law take hold on her.
All right.
Fine,
As
then.
the air is filled with a blood-tinged smell. For yours.
A moment to get ready.
For their sake, those girls better hope they got out of that radius. On Enkidu's turn, as that was his instant action, he's going to. Oh, also he's going to. He's going to boneyard and turn the butt key again. The blood aura begins to kind of become more obvious around him, as it is now Enkidu's turn.
Enkidu, leave. This is past what you're capable of, dragon.
But I can help.
Leave.
Okay.
Whatever happens here, I'm not going to die. So, you leave. If the worst case scenario happens and I die here, I'll need you as my entrance point back into the fallen world.
Okay.
It'll be easier than having to walk all the way back here. As she wants Enkidu to leave the initiative.
Yes. As he dips and Culiford sees him run away. I could make this so much harder for him. But why not have a little bit of a ball? He will reflexively, on Enkidu's turn, spend 3 plasm to create an environment tilt within the boneyard. As the ground begins to crack, as he will create the earthquake tilt.
Mm-hmm.
His shaking begins to topple the buildings around, blood filling the seams, the cracks. Hey, Yank. Yank, give me the. Actually, you're on your phone. I'll get it. As it is your turn, Ishtar. Earthquake be upon you.
Could Ishtar beforehand have had a hung spell of the required blink of an eye spell.
Go for it, man. I don't care.
Those funky the reversal points are really funny. They're a funny idea. But Ishtar, as there's like a snap, almost like a cord breaking, as everything around Ishtar speeds up massively. And she seems to speak as though she's trying to speak incredibly slowly, each word being very measured, that even as she speaks, it comes out very, like, a little bit faster than one should expect. I don't really like doing this. It's a skirting of the paths that can get me in a bit of trouble. But you, I won't lie, you're a perfect excuse. You wanted to see Imperial magic, didn't you?
I made the law and everything, didn't I?
As she holds out her sword pointing towards him, as she is going to open up her mouth, as she is not going to apply the high speech yantra because it takes an instant action.
Mm-hmm.
But narratively, she starts speaking in high speech, but it sounds incredibly sped up. It sounds exactly like Zero's keyboard smash. It's as though she's talking with keyboard smash. Yes, she is using song. And I'm going to cast the Life 4 spell what is it? The attacking spell
Mm-hmm.
of Life 4.
Life Force Assault, I believe.
Life Force Assault, yes. And let's see. That I will do plus 1 reach for instant. I can't actually, no, not 1 reach for instant cast. This is a ritual cast, which has been reduced to 1 turn.
Yes.
I will spend 1 reach for. Also, currently, all of these factors are at base advanced.
Mm-hmm.
And
This will...
I actually forgot. I've been casting Magic Run, actually. All my death and life spells are at base all advanced.
Because you're above.
Yeah, because my basic things are advanced already. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm too used to normal mage casting.
Mm-hmm.
I will spend a reach for advanced potency.
I believe that means that this attacking spell will go off every turn.
Yes.
Since it will last a scene. At
Correct.
minimum.
Every turn, this attacking spell will go off. As to upgrade from advanced to Imperial potency. And out of the 5 free reach she has, that is 1 for instant cast. No, not 1 for instant cast. Keep on saying that by reflex. 1 for Imperial potency.
Yeah, you get a free one.
And then 1 for upgrading its aggravated, while also casting 1 mana.
Could make this indefinite.
She could if she wanted to. And that will be a dice pool of 16 base for casting. So let's see. Eight. And she's going to actually cast this on both the dice and the person.
Mm.
And she would call upon her golden road to empower this, which then she'd only get a +2 from this, just she's not actually in it. You just
Mhm,
sort of call on it to empower. 10.
What else do you have the free reach for, if you think about it?
Yeah. She will increase potency by 10 to make it 18. And then because it's Imperial, it is doubled. So that'd be a potency of 36. And that will make it a dice pool of 8. She will spend willpower on this.
And I'm assuming you're making the sensory.
Yes. 4 successes.
Oh man.
As from now on, as she holds out her hand, as the tendrils and the vines from her perspective snake out across. For her, it is as though it snakes out ever so slowly, crawling through the air. But were any mage to watch this, it would be as though the vines simply appeared in the air and wrapping around both Geist and person, as though it digs through his skin to attach to the Geist as well, as instantly every single cell in his body rots to nothingness as he takes 36 aggravated damage. He and his Geist both take 36 aggravated damage.
Nice. As you tap the vines, as the green energy kind of surges outwards, and then you see him explode in just wounds and necrosis. Okay, now let's see. The spirit downgrades this to lethal. So 36 ag, you said?
Yes, 36 add to both.
Okay. Do a little bit of math and a little bit of math.
I forgot to post that.
As you see, the Geist downgrade half of that to bashing. So that'll be 18 plasm. And the human, in order to survive this, will downgrade all of that to 1 bashing, costing 108 plasm.
You love to see it. True. This is what a fight between two greater beings looks like.
Absolutely.
Utter fucking bullshit.
Absolutely. Let me check. Their plasma pool was at that? No. Should be at that. Their shared plasma pool here. As you see him explode in wounds and necrosis, as the way his body gets filled with this life energy, you see him like kind of get blasted through the air, and as he tears up and destroys like the ground around him as he's like tucked into a barrel roll. Is the human side appears to be mostly fine. However, their bodies have taken extreme damage. That was only a fraction, even. Perfect, perfect. As on his turn, he begins walking forward. The mortal's turn. He's going to turn his key again.
No matter how many times you turn that, you're not going to be able to outpace this spell anymore. The fight's already over.
I have until you move.
Then I apologize to every poor soul who's trying to take your death.
As he holds out his hands, as the blood fills it even more. I've got one last piece. An influence that us Geists have. It's our keys that we get. Not any simple manipulation. I hold the key of blood. It symbolically means murder. And he's going to use influence over the key of blood.
As Ishtar readies herself, not physically as she is standing almost calmly, but mentally, she closes her eyes, focusing on the magic of the area. She will reflexively activate active mage sight on his turn.
Nice. He will. As he will use Mass Create. And this will last 10 minutes per success. Alright. Oop, not a good roll. Not a good starting. Sort of picked it up. Alright, as I love how you're saying Preston, write that down. Preston can't do this. He does not have the key of blood as innate to influence. As this is Alright. As to you, 13 aggravated damage.
Ishtar is going to attempt Clash of Wills this with her death armor.
Alright. Since this is influence, I guess it would use. What? You're clashing of wills against his influence, which would just be his Clash of Wills. So, as a dice, this Clash of Wills would probably be rank and resistance. You think? Rank or power? What do you think?
Probably power, because he's going on the offensive for this one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ooh, it's almost there. He just has 3 more dice to his name. Let's see if he gets 2 successes to match up.
Mm-hmm.
2 successes.
Which means they are both reduced to 0. Which means his pool is tragically reduced to 0. Just
He almost
barely
got
enough.
it. He almost got it. As a mountain of blood begins to surge forward as it becomes intangible. Now! Face the death! As you feel a feeling wash over you, as if symbolically the force of murderous intent, the force of murder, has been placed upon you and is intending to rip you apart.
And she will push back with everything she has as these symbols of death itself cloud around her. And she disproves death in her presence.
As you hear a crack, almost in reality, as it breaks apart. As you see around you, his blood begins to pull away. Not even able to touch you. As you begin walking towards him. As more blood continues to try to attack you, but you've gone far too powerful at this stage.
To become an archmage, you need to walk through a place of anti-reality. A realm that disproves that we exist. Something that disproves I exist. You must face a world like that and tell it it's wrong. To learn what it means to exist and to not. To learn how to not exist. I've seen what that's like. Compared to that, death is but a plaything. As he and his guys both take 36 aggravated damage.
Yeah, on
my turn.
Yeah, as you walk towards him, as you say that. I must learn to kill you. I'm sure it exists down in the underworld. But until
you'll be searching a very long time.
I've got time, girl. I've got time. As you see him cell by cell explode before he evaporates entirely. As the blood swirls around before dissipating too, leaving behind only the destruction, the carnage, the earthquake spanning all around Spain and its port.
As he just looks around at it all, almost breathing it in.
The air feels clean. It's weird to say. After intaking so much that copper scent, it's not like you almost forgot what it was like to breathe in fresh sea air, but, well, it's a nice change of pace.
Perhaps I truly have been growing too soft. I went easy for too long there. If he hadn't pushed me, I wonder if I would have actually gone all out. She holds her hands out, just feeling the air. Perhaps this world does still have a few fighters. There's something about that sense reminds her as her eyes narrow. As she turns back towards where the restaurant she last saw the girls and begins marching over towards there.
You hear someone run up behind you. Hey! What is this carnage?
She
You
looks
turn
over to
around.
look at him.
You turn over as you see looks to be a large man with a very cleanly shaven face, but with still like a goatee and a nice beard. As he looks to have a very nice looking privateering outfit on. We can change the music now, and a impressive tricorn hat that by itself appears to be glowing with energy through your vision. Let's and repeat track. Stop. Oh. Oh. What the hell? Oh, this is a 1 hour mix of this song. I thought this was just the same song repeating. This was just the song, but over an hour. It wasn't actually repeating.
It was a false repeat.
Yeah, I got fucking tricked there. As you can tell pretty immediately that this is an archmage.
She holds a moment, sort of still brimming a bit with the time power. It was a scuffle. A
More than a
greater
scuffle.
bound came by.
More than a scuffle.
She looks back at all the carnage.
Leveled the entire damn city, damn near.
That he did. He insisted on fighting me. I tried to take it somewhere isolated, but he struck me before we could leave the city.
Probably.
Then, all of his attacks were indiscriminate. AoE. Every single one of them struck large, scything paths through the area. And he finished it up with a gratuitous boneyard, covering a huge chunk of the city.
And you were the one that fought him, correct? Was this the man known as Robert Culiford?
It was, yes.
Damn him.
Unfortunately, he...
Did he travel with a man named John Death?
No, I can't say I met anyone like that. He showed up and interrupted my own personal business. Got in the way of what I was trying to accomplish.
Personal business.
She looks at him with a slight cock to her head. Of course, personal business. By the Pats, we archmages are allowed to engage in personal business, as long as we don't involve mortals or directly oppose other archmages.
Looks around.
I assure you, none of this was me. All of this was done purely by the Bound. I acted only in self-defense and tried to limit him as much as I could. Her words were spoken with a practiced tone, as though she has had to say things like this many a time before.
And yet you remain at the center.
Only because he is dead. Well, as dead as a Bound can be.
Wait a second. I've heard about you.
We've all heard about each other. We're archmages, kid. When she says kid, she means it like the name, not as a...
Mm-hmm.
The only people we have is each other. I was there when you signed the pacts, just as you are there at any of our communal meetings.
I suppose as such. So, you're the one With 6 Okamata, aren't you?
Yes, that's I. I was down here to round them up, bring them back to my golden road. The bound simply interfered.
They were down here? Were they unsupervised?
Can an Okamata ever truly be unsupervised when we know where they are at all times?
I understand that. But how long were they down here for? Isn't one of them capable of Imperial magic?
Yes, one of them is.
That in and of itself is a bit too far for skirting.
She looks off to the side a bit, as though trying to come up with an argument.
Not only that, while you may not have used your factors, that much I can tell. This may not be a PAX breach as he kind of gestures around, but it certainly is a breach of the Masquerade. That much we're certain.
Oh yes, that new law.
He shakes his head. Old timers like you.
You've only been around for how long now, kid? Once a couple 100 years pass, things like this will become new to you too.
Either way. He thinks for a moment. If you don't mind, miss, but we're gonna have to take you in for now.
I didn't breach the pats, and I only
But those...
dented the masquerade.
I wouldn't consider this much of a dent. Besides, while you may not have breached the PAX, it's possible that those Okamata could do more than that. If left irresponsible. And if this is your first time encountering them, trying to set them straight, then
They've only been down here a year or so. That's not that much time to do anything.
but still, the possibility is there. I'm gonna have to take you in for questioning. And beyond that, for sorting. Please, just let it happen.
She looks at him a moment.
We mustn't make more of a fuss than we already have. Once
For
the
a brief moment, her nimbus seems to flare up for a second, the vines creeping along the ground as she takes a breath in.
You see his kind of flare up for a moment as you see almost like a ship like breaching the ground begin to like swirl next to him like a small ship.
Before she breathes out as she's going to dismiss her blink of an eye spell. Very well. I can tell you're serious about this. And I'll admit you have a good track record with tracking down people like... well, I suppose people like me. I have only one request. If you'd grant it. To a suspect like myself. My first Okamata, the dragon, he's still here in the fallen world. If you'd allow me, I'd like to send him back to my golden road where he can rest and recover.
What?
You hear in the distances and Kiru crashes down on the ground.
You damn dragon. Shimi looks over.
Ah, are you okay, Mrs. Star?
I told you to run. At the range you came here, you must have been in hearing distance. And more than that, you were probably still in range of him.
I mean,
You moron.
it was hard to find my way out.
I trained you better than this. You specialize in death. Finding a way out should have been simple for you.
Oh, right.
Stop thinking just with those powers I gave you. Think with your Arcanum tune, numbskull.
Right. Uh-huh. Sorry.
As she looks back at the kid. Allow me to open an iris and send him back through.
Yes, please, and nothing else.
Yes, I won't enter myself. I'll be going away for a bit, Enkidu. Watch over Babylon while I'm gone.
For how long?
She looks a bit, she gives a side glance to the kid. For as long as the other Archmages decide I'm under investigation.
For the longest. For the shortest amount of time. I do not know. I myself am not versed in time.
Perhaps a decade or so, judging from what other paths breaches tend to bring from this. Goodness knows I've put down a number of myself. You can handle that, can't you, Dragon?
I guess I'll just be really lonely.
Well then, how about you train your death a bit more? If you train it enough, you can get making. Then you'll be able to create a ghost. That'll get you some company, won't it? Besides, you have all the beasts there.
But they don't talk back. I'm not good at life yet.
And that's what makes them so great. They're easy to understand, aren't they? You know what they'll do. They make great company.
Oh.
But if you want it so much, just master death.
Okay.
Good. As the show will turn off to the side as she holds her hand out, muttering faintly in high speech under her breath before a rift in reality opens as she pulls it open, revealing the lush, vibrant temple on the other side. She holds her hands up and takes a step away from the portal. So, whenever I assume Kid gives a look at her, like I won't step through it.
Okay. I'll miss you, Miss Ishtar.
I won't be away for that long, Dragon. It's just a couple decades.
Okay.
Besides,
I'll make sure when you come back, you'll have a something big. I promise.
It better not be a big mess.
Oh, I'll clean up every month.
She goes over, reaching a hand out, and gently placing it on Enkidu's snoot, as she gives like a few pats there. Now go on. I don't want to keep this iris open any longer.
Okay.
And I better not find Babylon covered in mud when I'm back.
You won't. Bye! As he dashes away.
As she snaps her fingers and the iris slams shut, with a loud crack echoing out as the iris is closed.
When I make my own Okamata, I'd like to talk to them like that.
You want some advice? Don't relinquish the spell.
I see.
Mistakes I learned firsthand.
Have you relinquished him?
I have. He was the first one I created. Everyone after that was progressively better and better. As I got better at creating them. Unfortunately, I thought it'd be fine to simply let them go. As it stands, I can no longer dismiss them as I please. They're effectively self-sustaining spells.
I see. We'll keep that in mind. For now. Z digs into his pocket as he holds out what looks to be like a segmented cube.
While I'm gone, keep an eye out for the one with the white hair. Her name is Inanna, and she's the worst of them.
I see. Is the cube opens up and segments out before kind of levitating around you.
She doesn't move from her spot or try to escape it at all. She sits there bored with her eyes closed.
If it's any consolation, I hope to be the one to greet you out, Ishtar.
She says nothing but gives a small, slight smile, with her eyes still closed.
As the cube kind of wraps you into like a cubic space before shrinking and shutting, taking you with it. As the blue segments begin to shift back before clicking as if it has locked. Goodness. It kind of scratches the back of his head. Damn culiford. Caused such a mess. As he grabs the cube, puts it into his jacket, as he begins looking around for survivors. As we do have 2 epilogues, but that is the end of the session.
I'm an archmage.
He's an
I'm an
archmage.
archmage.
We were really curious what it'd be like, and
We
Ishtar
wanted to know.
Ishtar exists as as Adam and I step into what is known as the greater beings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Archmage book refers to people like the Archmages as greater beings. Any greater beings are those who have gone from the basic supernaturals and essentially taken a step beyond them to become a different template that is a step up from whatever they were before.
Mhm.
The examples given... Oh, go on.
Archmages are the graders of mages. True Fae are the graders of changelings. And Adam and I have been talking a lot about like what would actually be the greater versions of each template. You can talk, by the way.
Sick. I do wonder what would be the greater versions of each one. I mean, we know what the greater versions of werewolves are because those are just Father Wolf's children.
The weird thing, regular werewolves, I don't.
Yeah, we don't know what they would actually how they would become a greater being.
Yeah.
Because how you would do it is by achieving if you're like a spirit type, like a sin eater or a werewolf, you would achieve a rank beyond 5. And at that point you're so strong that reality breaks around you just to sustain you, which was what was happening earlier with good old Robert Culiford. Actually,
rank 7 Geist.
Yeah, he is a rank 7 Geist, which, by the way, I do actually have another sort of epilogue. It's a history segment.
Yay, I love those.
Yeah, I love them too.
But yeah, for like Adam, I've talked really extensively. Incarnate, yes.
Yep, Incarnate is the beast one.
We Adam and I have speculated that greater being deviants are probably deviants on end stage,
Yes.
which is funny and unfortunate that
which
the
is-
only time that they're greater beings is when they're dying.
Yeah.
It's really cool because
Yeah.
it's the equivalent of I'm becoming the fucking apex of the fucking world right
they get
now.
one flash of being able to be greater beings before
Dude,
the candle is snuffed out.
If a deviant ever figures out end stage without it being the end, everyone else is fucked.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how you do that. You'd have to like have an archmage buddy to like excise. Like, okay, I'm gonna enter end stage, and then I'm gonna have an archmage excise death from me, so I don't actually die, or something like that.
And then you're
so
just
it's
fucking end
is a
staging
soul
all the
that
time.
is just a soul that burns on forever.
And yes, the reason Ishtar is immortal is because she used at the 8th or 7th dot of life practice at Scission and removed the concept of aging from her pattern.
Yeah. That's great.
Eighth is
Yeah.
excision. Yeah.
No, 7th is at Scission, 8th is Dominion.
Oh, what's entities?
Entity is also 7th. They share a 7 dot because it's two sides of the same coin.
Oh, okay. Create and destroy. Okay.
Yep, it's like how making and unmaking are both 5.
And you need 8 for dominions because that's how you make chantries.
Yes, 8 is you need 8 dots to make chantries and to make okamata.
A couple of them we don't actually know, like what exactly the names would be. We don't think Prometheans. I don't know. We don't know if Prometheans can
Yeah.
ever reach a greater being status.
Because their
Yeah,
greater
Prometheus
being
is the
status is
one-
becoming human.
Yeah, the only transition they have is becoming human. The princess one is funny because, of course, there's like 2 versions.
Mhm.
One, the queens.
Yes.
The queens are greater beings.
Yeah.
But
2,
you can't become a queen.
Yeah.
Because they already exist.
2, using an avatar charm makes you a greater being for the duration.
Yeah.
Because you're channeling the queen, which is really funny because imagine, if you will, a greater being Legno princess.
Yeah.
Animals
Yeah.
are smarter around me. That's my greater being effect.
Yeah.
There is.
It's, you know what that funny thing? You know what that fucking reminds me of? So
It's really
archmages, they're a running theme with their mage armor is that they just outright negate attacks if you aren't a greater being. Which means a fucking princess, a Legno princess, activating that and like with no manos around is just fucking using like fucking the simple shadow domain. Like it doesn't give me anything special. I can just hit you now.
Yeah.
Wait, there is one thing that I would like to bring up because I like Court of Mirrors. The Mirrors princesses are all in a vicious cycle of each one believes they can become the new queen because the queen has left.
Well, look, yeah, the queen's like, hey, you can be the next me. You are the one true heir.
But
And
none of them
are
ever
the
reach.
one true heir.
Yeah, none of them ever reach it.
Yeah.
It's like Gwyn.
Yeah. And
But in theory, one of them might become that if something fucking crazy happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible.
Vampires, amusingly, are explicitly said that their greater being status is just becoming an elder vampire.
Yeah.
which is just exists for long enough.
Yeah, you age long enough, you get fucking greater being privileges.
Yeah, like
Angels. Angels would they'd just be being beyond rank 5 angels.
yeah.
Demons are unlock your cipher.
Yeah,
Mhm,
yeah.
Like full cipher.
Which is still the coolest fucking thing ever.
Would it be unlock full cipher while in demon form?
I think it's just unlock full cipher, and you're a greater being,
Yeah.
and then
Because-
I think you
because
get
going
temporary
loud
one
like
if
that-
you go loud.
Yeah, going loud is just casting off the veil. So it's not
Yeah, it's-
really.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I think going loud might just be like how you can get to like rank 10 and then still not
Yeah.
technically
Yeah.
ascend.
Yeah, I
So
mean
I think
it is greater being since you are, or it's not greater being. I mean you are just stopping at rank 10.
Yeah, so I think unlocking your cipher is just that's how you become greater being for demons.
I fucking
Ciphers
love,
are really cool.
I love ciphers so
Meat
much.
eaters.
You explained them to me, Adam, and I had fucking sparkles in my eyes. I was like, whoa.
Sea
Ciphers are
eaters.
really cool.
We can't really count on what exactly a Seed Eater greater being is.
No.
Yeah.
Is it a Geist that is just that powerful? Is it a chthonic god?
Because we know seniors can become chthonic gods.
Yeah.
It doesn't explain how exactly or what happens to them if that were to happen.
I guess it's a thing of, I guess we figure it out if it ever comes to that.
Mhm.
If.
There's a lot of routes.
I mean, because at
and
that
it's
point, like, they could easily take over an underworld domain at that point.
Dominion.
Dominion, yeah.
But yeah, it's the whole thing. But
Mhm.
culiford has a Geist that is a greater being.
Which is pretty cool.
I wonder how he did that.
I wonder.
That is the question. What's
Nice.
probably worth asking yourself, too.
My ass is not going through the effort. Yeah, yeah. The point.
Yeah.
That's like what separates like people who become archmages and people who don't. People who look at 200 experience and go, I don't want to do that,
And then
Yeah.
people who go, fuck it, weeball, I'm doing it.
and
Yes.
really try, like really try.
Really dry.
Also, really funny because archmages, becoming archmages, just well, you're not really like allowed anymore.
Yeah, it's archmages get fucking kicked out of everything.
Yeah, if you're an archmage, if you become an archmage while you're part of the diamond within the order, they're kicking you out because they're like we don't want bad press.
We can't have Godzilla as president. We can't have
Yeah.
him.
I still find it so fucking funny that due to the sentimentality, like I know I always say, but it's so funny that there has never been a failed archmage. because
Yeah.
because if you fail, you never existed. You get erased from having
Never
ever
existed.
existed.
What?
So there's
Hold
not
on.
a single record of a failed archmage.
Here's a question.
Mhm.
Are mummies already greater beings?
I think
That
we said
is-
that they started out, but because
Yeah.
of dwindling Sechem,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
like-
eventually.
I think like Sakem, like maybe like 8 to 10 is like greater being.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's just, you're gone. But like also like greater being rules for spirits are fucking wild, and like are for ephemeral and supernal entities.
Yeah.
Like automatic success is equal to your rank. Crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Man, now I'm just thinking of fucking incarnate beasts and that one hypothetical me and you, Adam, that we did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
Fucking-
That's
one
definitely
contagion
like
mummy.
a greater being level type of thing.
Well, yeah.
I
I
feel
think
like
if
the
you
only-
become an incarnate, it becomes a greater being.
Mhm.
Fucking wild.
But yeah, that's greater beings and stuff like that. It's been a constant topic between Adam and I for the past.
Mhm.
They
We really
are
like
cool.
greater beings.
They're really
we've been talking
cool.
a lot about them. They're really cool.
This is
They're
this is
super
why
cool.
this is why free spirits and this is why I've really wanted to really get into the depths, because greater beings are really cool, and I don't know if it's the case, but who knows if you guys will follow my footsteps in trying to DM this shit, because let me tell you, it's
Yeah.
not fucking easy.
It is not easy.
See,
I had to make a Saint Eater with so much plasm that damage partially didn't fucking matter in order to combat a greater being.
so okay. So, quick question: what was his synergy rank then? Was it above 10?
No.
I mean, I can't really tell you that.
Because he spent a lot more plasm than what he should.
Well,
have.
once if you take the damage, you can spend as much plasm as possible.
No. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure he spent more plasm than he would actually have if he was at full plasm storage.
Fun fact about ephemeral greater beings. They have a fuel level equal to their rank times 25.
Oh, cool.
So
That's why.
at level 7, he had
Yeah, because I was just like,
175 fuel.
yeah, because like at rank 10, at Synergy 10, you're supposed to have 100.
Well, whenever the Geist was unleashed,
Yeah.
it was 175 fuel.
Yeah.
Whenever he was just a normal guy, then it wasn't.
Yeah. Who knows? Archmage Mark? Who knows?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Look, man, you saw what just happened.
We saw.
I can do fucking anything except time travel.
I would love.
which for some because I promised Adam I wouldn't do time travel. That's like our gentleman's agreement. But it's so funny. It's like all right, I promise I won't do time travel. Does everything else?
Yeah. What you do? Fucking greater beings? Yeah, no problem, man. But time travel? Oh, we got a little spicy there.
Hey now, if you do time travel, you'll use a plot that I've used.
Yeah.
No-
think it would be cool to try my hand at a greater being, but
I do.
Adam has
if,
told me
if anyone tries me.
that I probably should. Adam has advised that you probably shouldn't do it.
Nah, it takes a certain kind of campaign to do this, which is
Yeah.
why Free Spirits kind of clicks that tick.
There is
Yeah.
technically one which having a greater being would make sense, but that's not really. It's not really something that's gonna make as much of an impact as putting another greater being in. Because me and
Yeah,
Adam
'cause I
already
was
talked
like-
about it.
Yeah, I was like, because you need to like learn the fundamentals,
Yeah.
and then you can move up to greater beings.
Yeah.
And their shit.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Free
But
Spirits
just know-
works really well, just cause a lot of the behind the scenes of how
Yeah.
fuck ass. It is session 23. You guys are in the hedge fighting a group of very pretty powerful changelings. And trying to get your quote unquote dreams granted. You know,
Yeah.
Free Spirits was meant to be fucking wacky. Like
Yeah,
just
yeah.
the craziest shit that Chronicles of Darkness kind of hides behind the scenes because Chicago is super grounded, and while it has the crazy stuff, it is still super like trying to be realistic.
It's still
This
very grounded.
Free Spirits is like taking off the mask. This isn't Chronicles of Darkness, by the way.
Yeah. Like,
Look,
hey,
you want to know how much of this shit isn't homebrew?
I still think some of my favorite greater being rules are ironic, probably True Fae, because they are so in
It's so in depth, man.
It's so good.
I want Sin Eaters to have greater being rules half as in depth as the True Fae rules.
Yeah.
I
Sin Eaters
suppose
will
'cause-
never get such
I suppose because
luxury.
fucking changelings and True Fae are kind of just like a vicious cycle as their whole mechanic, as their whole thing. So them having a lot of in-depth greater being rules makes sense. The Underworld, they don't fucking write about the Underworld.
For
I
good
wish
reason,
the Underworld
to be
had
honest.
more rules.
So did I.
Dude, the
As-
Underworld
as
sounds...
For a
he-
place that literally runs on out of like bullshit rules.
Mhm.
The
and
Underworld,
laws.
the Underworld has such potential of just being that cool.
It does. and
Literally everything that exists goes there, but also they don't because it's a ghost and not the soul.
yeah, that's the crazy bit. And like anything could die and go to the underworld, and it makes sense now that we know that ghosts aren't actually you; they're just
Yeah.
a copy.
Yeah.
Which is a wild take on death in the Underworld, I gotta say, and I
Yeah.
fucking love White Wolf for doing
It's
it.
cool. But I also like what White Wolf does with souls, and that souls are fucking replaceable.
Yeah, it's weird. Cause cause a lot of things like the benedictions and like all the reviving stuff, like deviants also have a revive ability. After a certain amount of time, you can revive them, but they have the soulless condition because their soul is gone and has gone somewhere. Where? We
And-
don't know.
You can replace your soul with another soul and still be you.
Yeah.
The soul is not the core of the person.
No, which brings up
body
what is.
Fucking Mahito.
Yeah,
For Mahito,
Well,
Mahito, in Trials of the Darkness, Mahito is correct.
yeah. Here's another thing. If the core isn't the soul, you say it's the body, right?
The body or the mind, yeah.
Cause, like,
Because the soul can't exist without the body and the mind, but,
but
the mind
there are
and body
people who
exist
can
without the soul.
body jump. And
This is making me think about mind, body, soul, and I'm really being reminded of the three most primal haunts that we now have in the Sin Eater repertoire,
yeah.
which is the well, mind, void, soul, and the Ma body.
Okay, but a Cinder who's mastered all three to become just like the perfect
Yeah.
like incarnation of all three would be fucking sick as
that
hell,
would be
though.
sick as hell.
It would be. It would be.
Would be fucking sick as hell.
Sin Eaters are so cool. I'm glad to be the Sin Eater spokesperson.
Yeah.
You are the Sin Eater man.
I wonder. I was gonna say, I wonder what like hunters and mortals, just standard humans, what their
Dude.
greater being status is.
Dude,
but I realize
we
that's just
fucking
other shit.
talked about it.
that.
We have
Hold on, let me get the image. Let me get the image.
We have the funniest fucking
We have the
meme.
funniest image for this. Let me get the
even Yank's
chat.
like, even Yank's like, bro, what, dude? It's the funniest fucking image ever.
What is it?
Ah, my computer isn't loading. Come on, computer. There we. Okay, let me find the image.
It's so fucking funny. I'm pretty sure Adam made
Here it
this or like
is.
posted
Yeah.
this in the middle of a chat. We fucking started laughing
Yeah.
for seemingly no reason.
300 XP. I mean, shit. Like, kinda.
Shit, kinda.
Dude, I think just a fucking ascended being human is just Toji
Five in
Koshiguro.
5 in every attribute, 5 in every skill.
Yeah.
As many endowments and merits as he wants.
His fucking ascended being rules is that he can spend infinite willpower.
I have thought, what if, as a character,
he could spend the fucking leftover experience as willpower.
like, what if as a character, instead of like getting like merits or anything like that, all you do is just pump everything into your attributes and your stats. If you do like a jack of all trades kind of shit, you're one of the fucking strongest people in the universe. Like, holy shit! Like,
You're really like well versed. Not a single thing is not under your belt. Anyways, I love talking about this.
yeah.
I got epilogues to do.
Epilogues.
Yep. Blog.
So, for the first epilogue, we do be yapping. We love yapping. The first epilogue is what we just left off on, as Captain Kidd goes to look around for survivors. A while away, the girls, the 5, sit together behind the wall with bated breath, as they feel almost as if a piece of them leaves. Is Inanna. It worked! And she begins like hugging her other sisters as they start kind of celebrating. I knew it. We got that bastard to fight her for a good bit. She smiles. Who knows how much time we have to ourselves now? That said and done. Feels so nice. As she looks towards the other girls. Okay. We need to use this time as best as we can. I'll get to work on making it so you guys, she kind of Gestures towards the other girls, her sisters. You guys won't be under her control anymore. I swear it. We'll do our own things. Because we want to. As they kind of smile and nod to each other. Let's make use of the time we have. Shall we? She kind of gestures towards the other girls as they kind of start smiling and laughing as they begin walking away. As for the next epilogue, which is probably a bit of a longer one. The music still fits, but I want to change it to something similar. I want to change it to something similar. You got me? Alright. Please let it be what I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, he got me. He got me. He knew exactly what I was thinking.
There's no one here to stop us. We are finally free.
We're free! As Ishtar, you sit on your throne of bones, waiting. As you continue to wait, you feel as though that besides your image training, it almost is, that's about all you do.
Her repeated use of create life to spawn giant monsters, then kill them, then add them to the bone throne.
You respectfully have allowed you've respectfully had staying within this separate plane of existence. Everyone knows that as an archmage of your caliber, you could easily either escape by just going to your golden road, or perhaps even tear an iris into the underworld and leave. The measures for that are mostly just making sure they have someone as strong as you to just wag their finger and go, don't fucking do that.
Mm-hmm.
But
much like all things past, it's born out of the mutual respect.
It's born out of gentleman's agreement.
Gentleman's agreement.
Why does his mic look like a finger? Little mic bit. Anyways. As you feel for a moment a blue light begin clicking around you. A familiar light. The light that was surrounding you when you were tossed in here.
She lifts up from her bone throne.
As the light clicks around a bit before you and your bone throne, as you blink in the blink of an eye, find yourself sitting in the center of a room, staring face to face with a man that is not Captain Kidd. He appears to just have a large cloak with his hair exposed, or with his face exposed. However, it's almost irrelevant what description I give to you, because the next time you blink, it's a different one. Oh, brother. You know that.
Of course it's you. Here I was thinking I'd get a nice casual conversation with Kid as she slides back into the bone throne. Did they send you here just to torment me?
Nah, they about sent me here just to, how to say, let you free. You're free to go.
Who looks at him again? They could have at
Since-
least sent someone less annoying.
Ah. So he kind of waves his hand. Waves his hand out. No one's more dependable than your friend Kyle.
She sighs. I still haven't forgiven you for the last time you showed up in Babylon and whitewashed the entire palace. I told you not to come unannounced.
Look, man. It should surprise me. Besides, we got it all flushed out. I don't think I stink anymore.
Yes, you may not, but I still smell it in the desert sometimes. I feel like the ectoplasm is still under the sands.
The sun was bleached that day, and the sands forever changed.
As she
Besides,
gets up, she stretches from the throne.
a bit of an upkeep for you, Ishtar. During your time here, you had found that your sentencing, that you had been found guilty and had only been sentenced to about 50 to possibly an extension of 100 years within. Pretty light considering. Considering how big of a masquerade breach it was. But, yeah. But you can tell that you actually came out early.
Please tell me you aren't breaking me out, child.
Absolutely not. If I were to do something like that, well, I feel like we'd have issues bigger than what we actually have.
Exactly. So, she looks around and she gives a little kick to the bone throne, dismissing her create life spell as the bones all disappear. Why am I out early? I can't imagine it's for good behavior in the bots.
Okay, so you see, here's the thing. Well, let me give you a bit of a breakdown. It's been about 20 years. 17, 18 right now. And things have been getting a bit hectic, put it simply. The Codex is even more of a problem than it's ever been.
That old thing spread out even more.
Let me tell you, even now I can't even utilize yantra that focus on order. Our days of relying on easy yantra are over.
I suppose that means my adamantine hand is blocked too.
I hope you got as much out of it as you wanted in there.
I was holding back on it for so long against the bound, so I've just been using it to my heart's content against anything I create in there. Raise a good point, though. If it doesn't work out here, it probably still works in our golden roads.
Likely. Unless it really has gone to such a degree that it even bypasses dimensions.
If it reaches that, then we'll just have to exterminate the whole of the Codex. We're on thin ice enough already.
If it reaches that, I think the Exarchs might even need to take a step in.
I have heard talk of some of the Tetrarchs being almost debating allying with some of the Exemplars. A few of them even approached me discussing how big of a threat that that thing was becoming. I guess their warnings and paranoia turned out to be true.
It's been getting worse, Ishtar. Debates like that are actually being discussed.
You're shitting me.
Nods.
The Seers and the Diamond are actually collaborating?
That's the thought process.
I guess this Konos really is a threat then.
Hmm.
Getting those two to agree on something is remarkable.
Impossible, more like. Point is, right now, the king has released a pardon. By the way, we have a king now.
We have a king now?
King George IV. He's actually a swell guy once you get to know him. He released a
That was
pardon.
always your domain. I'm not a people person.
Point is, of Britain. Point is, he's let out a pardon, giving a light slap on the wrist for any pirates down the unmasked sea. And, well, it's fired some things up, let me tell you. But I guess technically you don't need to worry about that. You mentioned Kid earlier, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Kid's dead.
What? She
Yep.
does a double take. Something killed an Archmage?
Well, he had a bad luck streak, and I guess it caught up to him. From last I heard, he, well, ran into culiford again, and, well, from then on, he was legally branded as a pirate. And an archmage acting as a pirate. I don't know the full story, but officially he was branded as a pirate. An archmage acting as a pirate, especially considering the growing codex. By 1701, they launched an assault on his golden road, dragged him out. His mana is still flaring and decaying. The residues of it anyways. On some cage in Thames. The river.
Is there any, seat around here?
Yeah,
Ishtar just goes and sits down on it.
I heard he wanted to be the one to greet you out, and, well...
It's been a long time since one of us died.
Yep.
So a new ending has been added to the Supernal Realms, huh?
Nods. Things are getting... Well, I've already mentioned it. But can you continue onward? The story with Kid isn't fully realized yet. But we might be able to figure something out. Getting off topic again. So many thoughts going through my head at once, you know. Point is...
Or heads, considering the amount of bodies you came jumping through.
Yep. Point is, though, the reason you've actually been let out early, it's Euro Kamada. They've gotten too big to war. They've gotten too big to threaten. Too big to not just let them go. Out of all 5 of them, 4 of them have reached Imperial status.
What? But That means each of them must have attempted a threshold seeking.
Yep. I don't know how strong each of them are, but, well, we're in the fallen world right now. Can you sense them?
She closes her eyes, casting out her sense, the sense of each of her sets, Okamata.
You cannot.
They've cut the cord. No longer are they subsouls. They've become their own souls.
Nod.
But that shouldn't be possible. I'll admit, I kind of expected it for Inanna. But for the rest of them to have accomplished that, they would have had to eclipse me in strength and grow stronger than me. Unless Inanna took a shortcut. She broke free first, then must have cut the rest of the ties herself.
Impressive shit.
I, despite myself, can't help but be impressed with the work.
Were you always anticipating Inanna to end up stronger than you like this? You don't seem to be that surprised.
I didn't want to believe it, to be honest. But I can't say I'm surprised. My Okamata were created to be the parts of me I didn't want. So I could cut them out. Inanna was the best of me, and the worst of me. The feeling of never being satisfied, of always needing to be a little bit stronger than I am today. Inanna's the part of me that pursued Archmastery and tossed away the mortal life that comes with it. She would always pursue strength, greater and greater than what she already had. She was the first to get a threshold seeking. I allowed it because, well, I couldn't help but see what would happen when an Okamata attempted it. I'd heard that it happens before. It's how Okamata can get Imperial practices without being given them directly. But to see her go through it so easily and so quickly.
Only took her 20 odd years.
She has my drive. And without me to constantly temper it, no. Even with me there, she would have always pushed past her origins at some point. I just didn't expect her to drag the rest of them along with her.
The point is, your Kamata are too big to worry about. They want you to handle them yourself. And at this point,
Definitely clean up my own messes.
They almost don't care about the masquerade breach. They just want it done.
Do you know where they're located or what they've been doing?
He shakes his head. All of them have been somewhat off the grid. However, I know a majority of them are in the unmasked seas.
She nodded. She nods.
The only one I don't know is where she is, well, your culprit Inanna.
I'm not surprised that I went to the unmasked seas. A lawless place like that is exactly where those rebellious kids would want to go. A place where the vital laws of the masquerade and the pacts are weakened. As she sort of like picks up her sword, tossing it a few times as she spins it around her hand. A place like that's probably heaven for them.
Well then, if you have anything else to ask, I'll leave you to it. Do note, well, some of the diamond might actually come and seek you now.
Friend or foe?
Friend. We understand that we're not supposed to get involved with their issues, but well, slowly but surely their issues are becoming our issues, so it's like pack skirting, our favorite pastime.
She can't help but let out a small smile at that. I'm still impressed I managed to get away with half the shit I've pulled.
What do you think? What do you think about me then?
You barely count as a mage anymore.
Yeah, I am all of the above.
Add any more things to your repertoire?
You know, I've heard about this neat little thing. I think it's called. How to say? Nope. I think I've got them all. I think the only thing missing is all of them achieving greater ascended status.
Be careful with that one. We don't want another repeat of Changeling Kyle.
Ah, Changeling Kyle. Good times, that guy. I wonder how many.
Bad times for me.
Yeah. You got a lot of orphans.
God, I still remember the 100 years I spent trying to deal with that Arcadia. You still owe me for that one, you know.
Hey, at least new Changeling Kyle isn't that bad. I hope. I have been neglecting him for a while. Don't worry, Changeling Kyle's gonna be great. In fact, you should see Werewolf Kyle. Ah, he's the best.
Didn't Luna get pissy at you for that one?
Oh, yeah.
I keep telling you, don't let Werewolf Kyle leave your chantry anymore. Every time the moon comes up, I swear at least 5 lightning strikes hit it.
Yeah.
And you know how many times I've gotten messages from one of the Firstborn asking to deal with one of you like that?
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. He pulls out a bunch of parchment and scrolls, all of which have Pangean for kill yourself.
I've never seen someone be able to piss off literally every single one of the Firstborn before. And Luna, too.
Well, I
But
think
you managed it.
Silverwolf likes me.
That's not a compliment.
Yeah.
As she holds her sword up, looking in its reflection, and in the reflection of the blade appears to be a thunderstorm. Been a while since I got to properly use this. So I suppose she spins the sword around before sheathing it at her hip. I'll simply start at the bottom and kill my way to the top.
Right. Well, even if Venus hasn't reached Imperial status yet, She still is powerful. After all, she's your creation.
Ishtar nods like, I take the compliment. Knowing Inanna, she's probably casted at least some kind of dynamic spell to deal with my mage armor. Ordinarily, I'd be able to completely negate her, as with her not being a greater being. But Inanna, if nothing else, Inanna's smart. She'd know I'd be coming. She'd make the preparations.
Yep.
So I'll consider Venus my welcoming call to her. Let her know that I'm back, and that every one of them is going to go back right where they belong. I've let them free for too long. It's about time they get returned to the supernal realms.
Well, leave you to it. By the way, I should be hanging out with you a little more often. Just, you are still sort of a fugitive, just being made useful.
A box truck?
Yeah, box crook. I won't interfere in any of your, Okamata slaughter. That's not really my thing.
Yeah, I know. I'll see you around, Kyle. Try not to fuck up at any more creations and piss off any more gods.
I'm thinking Chthonic Kyle next. That
At
Kyle,
least put up the proper wards in your chantry.
that Kyle would eat everything. As you see him just kind of walk into a corner and then disappear.
Ishtar shakes her head a few times, goodness. Before she sheathes her sword, closes her eyes, disappears.
Nice. And we'll end that epilogue there.
I hope the pop sound came through.
You did. You did. I heard it. It was perfectly heard. And that is the end of the session. First, beats, and then the history segment.
Yay!
Yay!
If you were prepared and had the pickers earlier, we would have been done with this an hour and 40 minutes earlier.
Yeah.
This whole thing would have been done an hour 40 minutes earlier. But you guys don't got work. Except maybe Yank. I'm sorry, Yank. I do not understand what the pattern is. Like I said, I said that you and Lemon are the ones that caused the pattern. And it's also why I said that Ishtar is a special case.
Yeah, she is an outlier. I did not know Ishtar was going to be involved with anyone else, and that's frightening.
She is going to be involved with everyone like a mother hen with her nest. If the mother hen was a bipedal werewolf with a fucking bazooka.
Odd.
Also, yes, this is literally Drakengard.
It is literally Drakengard.
The whole Gaiden is just Drakengard.
I mean, it's gonna be a bit. The point is that Ishtar is her own thing that might come along and stick around with you guys. You guys are the party. Is the point I'm trying to make. You guys are the party. Ishtar is like the natural disaster that sometimes may join your squad.
That sometimes crosses paths.
Wait, you're saying that Adam just won't be around for certain parts?
Maybe.
Ishtar is simply a natural disaster that is traveling the unmasked seas now. Also, you now see what I mean when I said I gave vague hints about how Mark is very much in over his head. literally hated by both the Diamond and the Seers, and not the Codex being enough of a threat to get them to work together.
Mm-hmm. Do you know this is 1718, about 3 years in the future of current free spirits. So things happened.
3 years.
A
Things
lot
got
of
worse.
shit. A lot of things happened and
I
changed
wonder
between
how
then and
much
now.
we're responsible for.
Now you
Also-
understand the scale that the free spirit is going to be operating on.
And I love
Yeah.
it. I love it. I
And
love
it's
it.
going to be bigger than this.
I love every second of it.
I'd also have made known, yes, this does mean Ishtar would consider the Free Spirits as an opposing enemy, and it would act accordingly.
The fuck you mean bigger? I want it to be known, fellas. Like, I thought this would be like One Piece. This shit's about to be pirate Star Wars.
Pirate Star Wars?
Let it be known. I am only taking what the source book implies.
Yes, this is just the natural implications of the source book.
Huh.
A lot of this is from the source book.
Hey,
Mhm.
hey, Adam, that thing
Hi.
that you said beforehand, when I asked, so, like, is the Codex around? Fuck no, they got annihilated. Really puts it into
Yeah,
perspective.
You asked, hey, is the Codex around the modern day? I said, no. There is no Codex in the modern day.
There's no codex in the modern day.
Nobody would allow that shit. Fuck no.
The codex was built around being, like, hated by every single mage force. And even beyond that in certain cases.
Literally fucking everyone hated the Codex and wanted it dead, including the fucking Archmasters.
But yeah, there you go. That's just a piece that's a little like 50% piece of the scale free spirits is going to be operating on. There's a reason why I could not do your guys' sessions next, because there's going to be a lot of in-world politics and spoilers that would had to have been explained, because you guys are not going to be at the same time period as free spirits.
Cool. I'm cool with
Also,
So it will take a while for each of your solo sessions and for the Gaiden to actually be in effect.
that. To be fair, certain other things happen.
Don't worry about that. That's unrelated.
should we
Wait.
mention the funny thing about Gerashtina?
Gishtinana?
Gerashtiana.
You think they can figure it out?
I don't. Maybe.
I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes. What about Gishtinana are we referring to?
Which one was Gishtinana?
Florence.
Florence.
Gishtinana was Florence.
Hmm.
The one with the dark hair and the pink eyes.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. I fucking. I knew it.
He's having a breakdown over there.
I knew
What is-
it. I knew it. I knew it.
What is it, buddy? What is it? What is it? I offered for Lemon to come in. I knew he was probably going to be too busy, but yeah, there's quite a lot of lore that is implied here. But you guys don't need to worry about that as the free spirits. Anyways, what is it, Cody? What is it? What you're so hyped about?
I need to look back at the chat. Check something.
I'm just making sure what it is.
Yeah, we got Yank's guess. Let's see what I'm curious what Cody's guess is. Yank's guess is locked in.
Mm-hmm. And he wants to do your own thing. Yeah, but you're allied with Mark, who's a part of the
Yeah.
Codex, and Rosa, who is a pirate, and therefore not allied with the Codex, but is existent in the same alliance, sort of, as the Codex.
Who the fuck?
By virtue, especially by virtue of just having Mark around, you are marked for death by Ishtar.
I need
Yes.
to. remember.
Sadly.
It's unfortunate.
Unfortunately, that is the case.
It's okay, Annie. Just out heal the 72 ad. Just out heal the 72 ad she does.
If it makes you feel better, you can wake up.
Yeah.
You can die and then come back, and it won't affect you anymore. Unless she makes
Unless she
it last for
for a year.
yeah. Fuck any sense of balancing. It's mages.
Yes, it is
Not-
mages.
not
It's
only is
mages
it
and
mages.
archmages at that.
Yes. But also, you guys are still going to be relevant. Can you believe that? Because you are.
What?
The Senators, I mean. You guys are still going to be relevant. You saw what this motherfucker did.
Yeah, he put in like influence murder.
Influence murder.
Hold on, where the fuck?
I do enjoy that greater being fights are. You start off both of them trying to fight somewhat fair of being like fighting like normal. Both of them realizing, yeah, no, we're both too strong for this, and then both of them breaking out ever increasing hacks to see who has the bigger hacks. It's like a JJK fight.
It is.
Fight normal for a bit. Okay, we're both too strong. All right, let's break out our ever increasing hacks to see who has the better hacks.
In fairness, it will not exist if you pull up on my blockish time.
Where the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, if it's like non-greater beings, like a group of them versus Ishtar, then it's like, all right, well, just bust out as much hacks as you possibly feasibly could have.
Mm-hmm.
While he's looking for that, let's do your beats, Ishtar.
Yeah.
Where to go?
All right. Let me just give me a bit for my computer to load.
Oh, shit, sing.
Okay. Ishtar. Alright, beat for session completion.
Yep.
Aspirations. Most of these are for like later on, but number 1, explore the sea.
You technically did on your
Technically.
trip to Spain.
Fight strong things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had to bust out Imperial potency
Mm-hmm. Had to effectively break, really skirt the packs there.
It's like, oh, I'm just using a smidge of Imperial potency. It's not. I'm just,
A smidge of instant cast Imperial potency.
I'm not using an Imperial spell. I'm just, I'm just doubling my potency. So my life four spell.
Has 36 potency. Just my life force spell.
And he still lived it.
He did live it.
The only reason he didn't live it is because, quite literally, like, it's just too much.
Yeah, it just because it keeps going. Face myself.
Yeah.
Well, in a way, yeah.
Yeah.
Things are leading up to that.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. No, you don't have a whole lot to use experience for, but I'll give it to you. And
you
arcane
don't know,
experience.
I'm going to get my 8th dot of weaponry.
An arcane experience, yeah, because that'll really be the game changer.
Yeah.
But yeah, arcane experience. You got a beat for seeing what you supposited is perhaps a man having his own self as a geist. That may or may not be the case, but it seemed to be as such.
Alright, hold on, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back.
And if of course, if we're going on screen like new stuff, I don't think I can give you on screen like oh, these are new stuff that you've seen on screen now. I don't think we can do that.
Yeah, no, because like
Unlike
it's
Mark.
in universe that like it's in the book that hey, one of the problems is you've already as an archmage you've already got all this shit. You can't get any more of this shit. Your arcane meat farm is dried up.
Yeah, you've seen fucking everything. I'm giving you that arcane beat because you quite literally could never have seen it before.
Yeah.
This is new shit that pertains to this era of chaos.
She went. What did it say? All right, bravo! You have shown an Archmage something they have never seen before. You've earned my respect for that. Well done.
Mhm. And uh I'll give you an arcane beat for as you do have a lot of death, but I imagine you don't really dabble specifically in the lives of or the powers and abilities of Sin Eaters.
Mhm.
But he used the Key of Blood to symbolically give himself influence over murder and violence.
Which is
So
pretty
I'll give you.
good.
It's pretty fucking good. That would probably be like crazy. Also, that was mass create he did.
Yeah. Well, fun fact, that would have brought her to full ag had she not Clash of Wills it. Not killed her, but brought her to full ag.
Yeah, killing is irrelevant.
Yeah, because she technically had because she had her Imperial Armor of Death up, so she had so at full ag no longer killed her. But
Mhm.
it would have brought her to full ag. It would have brought her very
nice.
close to like proper death, quote unquote. However much death matters to any ascent being.
Mm-hmm. And you know what's fucking I love. A long time ago, I was really thinking to myself, man, they put the codex in the same like area of the source book as Sin Eaters, and the codex with all these implications. Because this is all just built upon the implications that the source book never elaborates on.
Have you thought
Yep.
about the implications?
And they put Sin Eaters on the same tier as this. So I think to myself, why? Why the fuck did they do this?
Oh yeah, it's been recorded this
But
entire time.
I know, but I found out why.
Hmm?
I found out why they did Sin Eaters. Because it was so someone like me can find a way to keep them relevant.
Yeah.
To fight as hard as you possibly can to make them relevant to this fucking insanity of a mage plot.
Mm-hmm. Because I don't need to tell anyone how exactly someone like Robert could figure out how to kill an archmage. Now,
I have my
one
guess.
more bit.
I have my guess.
Oh, what is it?
So, I think Yank's guess is likely, the most accurate. That's probably the one that's gonna happen. But I have to take the wild ass fucking gamble.
I'm down. Gamble away.
Calypso.
Oh, Adam, give me Calypso. Adam, give me what is it?
The second one?
Give me history, like fun little history bit music. Give me the history segment music.
I think I
Or
used
someone
the-
give me history segment music.
I think I used the
Was it the
it was
question
the
guy?
which is
from
hard.
Witch's
Yeah,
Heart?
I have
Yeah.
it saved in my
PP
Nice.
the Florist Fairy?
I will tell you straight up, Cody. I was intending on telling you guys.
uh,
That is
also,
an insane, wild guess.
Uh-huh.
It's wrong.
It's wrong? Yeah.
Yank was right.
Yank is right.
That makes sense.
Get
I was like,
Shinana.
what if though? Because if I pulled it off, it'd be fucking amazing.
Yeah, Geshtanana. I wouldn't have told you if that were the case.
Yeah.
Geshtanana, aka Tina, current owner of a plantation.
We showed up, wrecked her shit. I'll let you guys go. Mark shat himself in fear.
Yeah. Mark experienced the same thing that all of those other fucking mages did when they looked at Ishtar.
Because they're fucking Imperial level.
Not even that. Okamata specifically,
Yeah.
because they're made from mana. They're made of just
They are-
spell incarnate.
Well, Ishtar was absolutely being like fucking racist when she told them that. She was technically correct in saying they are a living spell and not a person. They are literally a living spell.
Her hair grew out
Her hair grew out
a lot.
a lot.
Also, she's terrifying.
And when a mage looks at an ascended Okamata, they have a very bad time. They
believe
take
they
a
gained
lot of
these
penalties.
like,
Yeah, they gave the
they
sick tilt.
take the
From,
sick.
and they just have a very bad time.
Mm-hmm. It's fun though. It's fun though. There's a good. In case you
Modern
guys, yeah, good modern Tina. Well, technically 1715 Tina.
Yeah, 1715 Tina.
Yeah, she has slaves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just casual slave keeping.
But you saw her now.
yeah, we don't like that around here.
But she was such a nice
You-
girl
you-
back here.
So anxious.
She was so anxious, so terrified. Also, I let it be known every single time we talked about the girls, I would usually, like, the more deeper we got to talk about the girls, I'd post some variant of this.
You're a bad person.
Are we a bad person? Ishtar is not always the best person, especially in how she treats the Yakamata.
To be fair, one of them started keeping slaves, and that's a big no-no around here. We don't like that. So maybe we'll be fine if that one dies.
Just in case you guys forgot my kind of
You
foreshadowing.
free Ishtar. Yep. Yeah, there.
In case you guys forgot my kind of foreshadowing.
Yeah.
There. My kind of foreshadowing. I put Tina on your face. And then
Tina
I
was a
say,
fan.
ooh,
Yeah.
I'm literally brown. Hey man, maybe she had a reason for keeping slaves.
I remember the day of the session, I sent Mike, like, we're gonna find an toner, aren't we? And then after we met Tina, I said, I was joking, Mike.
You don't play around with me, man. The ocean puts you where it'd be funniest. It's like the hedge, but
Yeah. Hey, what
Not-
the fuck? I just looked at what Yank said. I'm literally brown. What the fuck? Out of pocket Yank.
really good. Anyways, history segment.
Ooh, I love history segment.
This is a duo shared history segment of Robert Couliard and Captain Kidd.
I know that Yank. I know that Yank. I know. I still.
Robert Couliard is not a intensely popular pirate. The most that is known about him is that Robert Couliard sailed along with Captain Kidd for the very beginning of their privateering days, before they coincidentally set out and kept running into each other. Robert Couliard, again, not much is known about him, but the most notable thing about him is that he was a pretty brutal pirate and made it a point. I was joking, Mike. I was joking. And made it a point to win in naval battles. Stuffed fine china down cannons so he can launch them as shrapnel that tore apart ships. Like, just bit by bit, instead of just not just cannonballs, but also I'm gonna make a fucking shotgun.
I gotta respect the effort.
Mm-hmm. In addition, he sailed with a surgeon named John Death. He was a surgeon named John Death.
That's real?
That is real. I didn't make that
That
up.
is fucking real?
Fucking
Yeah.
metal.
John Death is a real man.
And he was the surgeon.
He was a surgeon that sailed with Robert Couliard. Obviously, in this continuity, who knows what John Death was? But Robert Couliard is some Sukuna-looking bound. For reasons that I'm sure you'll find out at some point. I'll have pictures for him later. And as for Kidd, Kidd William, Captain William Kidd, was a privateer that made his start in New York City, New York, I should say, all the way in the colonies. Kind of settled there for a bit, and made a point to kind of be like a merc-ish privateer, where like he'd get requests from like people from higher up in order to do certain things for them and for exchange in money, and he would do sorta some pirate tendencies by like looting and sinking certain ships that he was sorta supposed to. One thing about Captain Kidd is for certain, one of the most famous qualities about him in the time was that he actually had exceptionally bad luck. And things very rarely went his way 100%. Despite Ishtar's claim that he is good at tracking things like this, he was actually not very good at finding pirates.
That's funny.
He wasn't actually very good at finding pirates. You'd note that an hour ago, they said Kidd was sent to Spain to find Culliard, and he showed up after Culliard had already been killed.
It's not good at that.
It's not.
Ishtar gave him too much benefit of the doubt, it would seem.
No. But in this continuity, he was an archmage. One that fairly young, only Genosis 6, which is still better than any mage. But still is very capable. However, along with his bad luck came a spree of his crew not really trusting him, and given time, he encountered Robert Culliard again. And when he went to apprehend Culliard, there were two accounts of this that say that he tried to have pleasantries and drink with Culliard in order to sort of sweet talking him into capture. Or the secondary account of William trying to wait for the time to strike and attack Culliard and forcefully take him by the hand as he was a proper pirate hunter. In both accounts, at least 50% of his crew betrayed him and joined Culliard's side. Kidd
Unfortunate.
was not as cool as, say, Persona made him out to be. And unfortunate for him, it was around this time, Kidd was branded as a pirate. Due to his actions, all of a sudden aligning up with what the law would count as a pirate was. And because of that, he kind of accidentally became a pirate, and therefore Britain hated him. And that didn't work out very well. He tried to retreat to the West Indies and really tried to rebuild himself. There was a pardon that was let out around 1699, around that time, and he immediately took it. But here's the thing, he wanted to take it. You want to know why? Because the pardon specifically stated it would pardon all pirates except Captain Kidd.
Why? That's so spiteful.
It pardoned every pirate except Captain Kidd and one other pirate. Let me try to find him.
Okay.
It was The 1698 Act of Grace, which offered a royal pardon to pardon pirates in the Indian Ocean, specifically exempted Kidd and Henry Avery from
Henry
receiving a
Avery?
pardon.
Henry
Yes.
Avery got the fuck away though with it.
He did. Henry Avery, Arc Pirate. Guy with the IRL nickname of Arc Pirate. You already know what the fuck he was about.
Dude,
Yeah.
the single most successful pirate in all of
King.
history.
Yeah, King of Pirates.
The fucking Arc Pirate. Literally fucking Arc Pirate.
But yeah, so Kidd was counted alongside Henry Avery as people who are specifically noted to not be included in the royal pardon of 1698, the Act of Grace, because
Because fuck this guy, apparently.
Was he built up like such a reputation that they were just like, all right, fuck this guy?
he was built up a lot of reputation as the guy that they would go to in order to do jobs for them as a privateer. And whenever he was legally counted as a pirate due to his actions, as the laws had changed to make it so what he did made him count as a pirate, well,
Yeah. He has the shittiest luck. Holy shit.
he had
the worst luck.
yeah. I kind of really wanted to play up that Kidd is not quite like his legend. Is you probably came into this thinking Kidd was like the coolest motherfucker ever, like one of the best pirates ever. I read about him. Let me tell you, I was shocked when I learned that Kidd was just kind of trying his best all the way up until at the very end, he got captured.
Was it? No, it wasn't that. No, it was Thomas too, because they joked about, yeah, I have 2 fucking voyages around Cape Horn before he was killed.
Yeah. He got captured or whatever, and he actually had backing from some pretty nice, powerful people. However, he was a pretty good man, and he didn't sell them out. And it is speculated that if he did talk, if he did let them, he would have been spared. But he was to be stood trial for the charges of piracy on high seas. Ooh, I'm gonna keep note of that. I'm gonna keep note of a key noun I just saw there. Key pronoun I just saw there. Anyways, Captain Kidd was hung. However, in the last act of badassery he had to be hung with 2 nooses because the first one broke.
That's not cool.
Whether that be because he's just that much of a man, or
I feel like it's probably because of his luck.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He
But-
couldn't even get a smooth hang. Bro couldn't even get a smooth hanging.
And didn't he at the very end be like, oh yeah, I left my treasure somewhere, go fucking find it, buddy?
yeah, he had a buried treasure, which is another reason why he was so sought after, was because he was said to have a fuck ton of treasure that he buried somewhere. And after his hanging, after executing him, apparently some of the crowd called for Kidd's release after the first noose broke, because they claimed it was a sign of God.
God, give the man a break.
And then the next sentence is Kidd was hanged again minutes later and died.
It is really funny that, like, just going and, like, researching, just like, oh yeah, this motherfucker was a loser.
Yeah, he was not as cool as I originally thought he was.
It was Jamaican you crazy, wasn't it, Mike?
Yeah. And in the River Thames at Tilbury Point, his body would lay there for 3 years, rotting, hung over, gibbeted, to serve as a future warning to future would-be pirates.
Yeah, because wasn't his the one that, like, stood for, like, the most amount of time?
Yeah, for 3 straight years. However, obviously, he's an archmage, relatively impressive one. Whenever he was listed as a pirate, it's very possible that the reason why he was excluded from the pardon was specifically because he was an archmage.
Mhm.
But I won't say here nor there. I'll just offer possible theories.
But in this timeline, he
Um,
never was executed and never said I had buried treasure.
No, he did that.
He was. Oh yeah, no, he was. Sounds like he was still executed.
No, he was executed. He was killed as they had basically annihilated his golden road, from what it sounds like. And his mana residue is still left over the River Thames.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I thought they just fucking killed him in his golden road.
No, I don't think killing in the Golden Road would even stop it anyways.
Well, no, killing in the Golden Road is the only way to actually kill an archmage.
Okay. But yeah, they probably did something along those lines. And, well, he's dead now. But all that still happened. And Culliard really was the best case of bad luck. Met him whenever he first began as a privateer. They sailed under the same ship. And then most of his crew mutinied and joined Culiford after after Kid's impressive streak of bad luck. Okay.
They realized, fuck man, I don't want to be around this. This man is literally the worst luck we've ever seen.
I don't want to be on this guy. I want to be on fucking Sukuna's team. What the fuck?
Yeah, oh shit, put me on Sukuna's team.
Was fucking oh shit, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Anyways, that is all of that history segment. It will be a while before the next Ishtar session, since from now on, that like Ishtar sessions require free spirits to be much more advanced in story. So it'll be a while for the next Ishtar session, and it will be a while before the next session with you guys as characters. But because you know, we need free spirits to be more developed as a story to get to the point that we're in, so it won't be spoilers. But anyways,
It's Jamaican.
that's the history segment. It's making me crazy. That's the history segment. What to take from that is Culiford is cool.
And
Kid was not.
Tragically not.
He tried his best. His entire latter half of his life was just a series of unfortunate happenstances.
I wonder. He said, "I'll have to find something deep in the underworld to beat you," and then died. And then I assume he's been looking in the underworld for a while.
Perhaps.
He shows up with like the fucking void. just all the haunts. He has all the haunts.
I mean, if he managed to make a way into the Golden Road, then the void is exactly.
The void, yeah, exactly what he'd need.
Yeah.
Mhm. I mean, of course, he could just kill him, but. You know.
She won't have much use for it, but obsessions for arcane beats for Ishtar.
Oh right, I forgot about obsessions. What is it?
Currently have Conquer Challenge.
Yep.
Kill my Automata.
Yep.
Which she only,
You're all
got
good.
after she got put out of the box.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. You're getting started. Before you're
Ascend.
done. Ascend. I forgot you have. I'm so used to 2 obsession gang.
Yeah. She has
Uh,
4 of these.
I don't think you've done anything
Yeah.
quite
I feel
on
like
that.
that one is almost entirely just there because it's kind of what all Archmasters sort of just like have as an end goal. It's like, well, what do we do now? Well, I guess we eventually ascend one day and become like a supernal god. But like right now we have other things to
Like
think
the
about.
OG, like the OG fucking Exarchs or any Tetrarchs.
Yeah. And learn how the Automata freed themselves.
I'll give it to you. You're getting on there.
I have 5 arcane beats. I'm not going to make an experience. I'm just going to have them as 5 arcane beats for now.
Yeah,
Due to
Imperial spells need an arcane boot to
Yeah. Because I need to just fucking spend arcane beats to do shit.
Like arcane beats serve as like bullets rather than like anything to power yourself up.
Yeah.
It's a good thing you
Genuinely
aren't.
really cool.
It is. It really is cool. It's a good thing you aren't an archmage of like mine, because then like you'd be really pissing me off.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just gonna make all my experience costs 1.
Fucking the minute you get a fucking archmage of mine to like you get mine 7, it's over. It's fucking over.
Yeah.
They can change experience costs. It's over.
Yeah. They can delete experience costs from a person's like soul.
Yeah.
Like
But
that shit's just man. I don't man.
You're my funniest little soldier. Makes everything cost 1 experience for a dude.
Thank you.
He becomes instantly fucking jacked.
It's like
yeah.
it's like X-Vengers, except if the parties beat here, they'll fucking murder each other. It'll be more of a fight if Ishtar is not there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, the fucking lose condition for the free spirits, the entire like free spirits pirate crew is Ishtar there? No? Okay, we're still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, just like, hey, maybe we should
Is-
name this ship so whenever it gets fucking obliterated from existence, we can remember it.
Yeah.
I just want my family to do. That's literally all I care about. Sadly. Sadly, that is not possible. Anyways, end recording now. We're done.